Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to tonight's slate of special presentations. To begin, I'll be recognizing a member of our community who for the past 8 years has been a pillar of dedication, service at the Moreno Valley Community Senior Center, Miss Retta Butler. Her, I can see. Okay. Ms. Butler's unwavering commitment to the Senior Center and its community is evident in every aspect of her involvement, especially her renowned R&B Get Fit classes, where she is the volunteer instructor. Dancing is great, but it also helps foster confidence, movement, and social connection among her and her senior peers. Along with being a dance instructor, she has been an essential volunteer with the Friends of Moreno Valley Senior Center organization, always being the first to step up with assistance if is needed, whether it be setting up for the Senior Center's events, assisting new members, or ensuring things just run smoothly for everyone. Ms. Butler has become the unofficial hospitality ambassador. She's the backbone of the Senior Center, and she's always making sure everyone feels included. Ms. Butler's impact on the Moreno Valley Community Senior Center is immeasurable. Her passion, dedication, commitment is what makes her a true community champion, and it's with great honor that we recognize her outstanding contributions. Ms. Butler, would you please join me up here? Stand on this side because the sign, yeah. You're good. Now, so I know I did not cover the whole story about all the things that you do with the Senior Center and all the help that you provide. But I'm going to turn the mic over to you to say a few words. Are you ready?
Okay.
You got it? Okay, go ahead.
First of all, I hate public speaking, but I want to give honor to God for being here. You know, I feel like it's such a blessing and an honor. I really thank Rudy Rodriguez and Nick Henderson for this award. I really, truly, truly love what I do at the Senior Center. And this Senior Center has been a blessing to so many people, so many people. And I feel that the seniors deserve, so much. They deserve so much. As a member of the Senior Advisory Board, I thank God for the people on the board. You know, we have people that are passionate about the center. I noticed that one thing they gave me recognition for was our resources guide, senior resources guide, which Oscar Alvarez is not here, but I'd like to give recognition to those on the Senior Advisory Board who were very instrumental in the resources guide. And there's a whole lot I can say about the center itself. You know, the Senior Center for a lot is their home away from home. And I'm so thankful and grateful that because it's grown so much, with our new expansion that's coming, it's been a long time coming, even though we know it's not going to be big enough, but we're still thankful and grateful for the expansion because there's so many people that come to that center, you know. And like I said, it's their home away from home. And the front desk, what they have to deal with as far as the personalities and everything, you know, there's people with a lot of mental issues, so on and so forth. And so I just love the interaction that we have. And so I'm thankful that even on our board, we have people that are instructors there. So we interface, you know, and I get so much joy, you know, just being there, being able to talk, listen to people's lives, you know, and stuff, you know. And, you know, they appreciate that. We have some of the best instructors around. I feel that this is a very active senior center. And I tell you, like I say, within the center, it's actually formulated community among all of us. So, like I said, we have awesome instructors, which take us beyond the senior center. our soul line dancing. We have a connection with the different states, the different counties. Zumba, it's awesome. Every instructor there is awesome. It's awesome. So I didn't want to say much because I don't really like to talk, but he gave me champion. And so champion to me, challenge. I want to always challenge myself. H, hopeful. I want to always remain hopeful and always remain humble. A, able to help when there's a need for help. M, mindful of others, what I say to others, how I treat others. P, peace of mind. There's nothing like peace of mind, even when there's turmoil all around. I thank God for peace of mind. I is for me, it's for I. I am. I am who is God, the great I am. O is for obedient. I always want to be obedient to God's word. N, never give up. So I thank and I appreciate everyone. Thank you to Mayor and City Council. I'm so grateful and I'm so humble. And I say thank you.
So with that, I'm gonna call up the rest of our city council. Picture with you real quick. Here you go. So, and again, I want to say thank you, Ms. Butler. So next up is Councilmember Gonzalez to talk to us about our annual recognition of Arbor Day.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you, Councilmember Bernard. It is a great honor and pleasure to present a proclamation recognizing April 25th, 2025 as National Arbor Day. Accepting this proclamation is Felicia London, our Special Districts Division Manager. Felicia, can you please come forward? Arbor Day is an annual observance that celebrates the growth and care of trees in our lives and promotes tree planting and care. It was first observed in 1872 in Nebraska. Arbor Day symbolizes a desire to expand consciousness for the future. It is a special day in which we encourage humanity to plant trees as a consideration of hope for future generations. The simple act of planting a tree represents a belief that the tree will grow and someday provide wildlife habitat, erosion control, beauty, and inspiration for ourselves and our children. Our environment and its natural habitat are part of our daily lives, and we continue to preserve its beauty today, tomorrow, and always. Moreno Valley has been awarded the Tree City USA designation numerous times because of our initiative in the city's Momentum Mobile strategic plan. Cities all over the vast country recognize Moreno Valley as a tree city, and we plan to keep the honor for years to come. It is my pleasure now to present the following proclamation. Okay. Whereas in 1872, J. Sterling Morton proposed that a special day be set aside for planting trees, resulting in the planting of more than 1 million trees in the state of Nebraska during the first celebration of Arbor Day. Whereas Arbor Day is now observed throughout the nation and the world as a day to spread joy and well-being by the planting and protection of trees and woodlands. And whereas trees can be a solution to combating climate change by reducing the erosion of our precious topsoil, by wind and water, cut heating and cooling costs, moderate the temperature, clean the air, produce life-giving oxygen, and provide habitat for wildlife. And now therefore be proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Moreno Valley, on behalf of its citizens and staff, does hereby proclaim April 25th, 2025 as Arbor Day in the City of Moreno Valley, and urge all citizens to celebrate Arbor Day, support the efforts to protect our trees and woodlands, Citizens are further urged to plant trees to gladden the heart and promote the well-being of this and future generations. Felicia would like to say a few words.
Good afternoon. I just want to say thank you for this proclamation. It shows support for our community tree program, which allows the city to maintain its status with Tree City USA. So thank you for the acknowledgement.
Quick picture.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Gonzalez and Felicia London, who's been with the city for several years since I first was here with the city. So always nice to see you here. And for our third and final presentation of today's special presentations, this is a proclamation recognizing the month of April as Donate Life Month. In a similar way that the trees of our great city help create and donate oxygen to us, we are recognizing April as National Donate Life Month to close tonight's special presentations. National Donate Life Month is about the importance of registering your decision to be a donor, honoring deceased and living donors, and celebrating the lives that they have saved. It is the generosity of donors and donor families that makes saving lives through transplantation possible. This year's theme for National Donate Life Month is Let Life Sing. This theme's symbols are birds, whose songs offer us a sense of peace and hope as we transition into spring. And anywhere you walk around the city, if you're going hiking in one of these hills or the mountains around the city, you hear the chirping of the birds, you hear the new life that's being born, and that cycle of life starting over again in many different ways as we usher in the springtime and then that warm summertime as well. So Donate Life Month encourages and asks others to consider being an organ, eye, and tissue donor as a way to give hope and light up the lives of the hundreds of thousands that are on the National Transplant waiting list. With us tonight from One Legacy is their public education and community development specialist, Christy Bethel. Christy, would you please join me here at the mic, and can we give her a big round of applause, please? And it looks like they may not have made it yet. I know there's a lot of traffic, so no worries there. We'll make sure to get the proclamation to them. And as I read a little bit off of this proclamation, I'll invite my colleagues up here to the mic as well to join me so we could take a group picture. And just a little bit off of the proclamation here, again, recognizing the month of April as Donate Life Month. It reads, whereas organ, eye, tissue, marrow, and blood donation are life-giving acts recognized worldwide as expressions of compassion to those in need. And whereas more than 100,000 individuals nationwide and over 20,000 in California are currently on the National Organ Transplant waiting list, and on average, 17 people die each day while waiting. And whereas the need for donated organs is especially urgent in Hispanic, Latino, and African American communities. And whereas a single individual's donation of the heart, lungs, liver, kidneys, pancreas, and small intestine can save up to 8 lives, with the donation of tissues having the ability to save and heal the lives of more than 75 others. Whereas organ donors saved more than 42,000 lives last year, the most ever. Any person can register to be an organ, eye, and tissue donor regardless of age or medical conditions. While being a registered donor does not impact the quality of life, saving medical care a person receives in an emergency. And whereas California residents can sign up with the Donate Life California Donor Registry online at any time by visiting onelegacy.org/register. Or you can sign up to be an organ, eye, and tissue donor when applying for or renewing your driver's license or ID card at the DMV, our favorite. Now, therefore, be it resolved that in recognition of National Donate Life Month, the month of April 2025 is hereby proclaimed DMV/Donate Life Month in the city of Moreno Valley, and we encourage all citizens to consider registering as a donor. And at this time, my colleagues could join me. We could take a group picture. And like I said, we'll make sure to get this to the folks that were supposed to be here this evening, but now it's time for a group picture. And with that, we'll officially conclude our special presentations today at 5:47 p.m. Thank you so much for everyone who joined us in person. Thank you to everyone watching at home. And please stay tuned for our regular council meeting that starts in about 13 minutes. Thank you. Good evening and welcome to the joint meeting of the City Council of the City of Moreno Valley. I now call this meeting to order on April 15th, 2025 at 6 p.m. Would any of my colleagues like to volunteer to lead us in the pledge this evening? Councilmember Delgado will lead us in the pledge this evening, and please remain standing after the pledge for the invocation given by Pastor Michael Kell from Liberty Church.
Join me in honoring our flag by placing your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty.
Good evening, Pastor. Welcome.
Let's pray. Gracious Heavenly Father, we come before you this evening, humbled by the weight of responsibility and grateful for the grace you so freely give. As we gather to lead and to serve the people of Moreno Valley, we acknowledge you as the true source of wisdom, justice, and peace. Lord, in this holy week, as we approach Easter, we remember the road that led our Savior to the cross and the victory that was won through his resurrection. We thank you for the hope of Easter, the promise that death is defeated and new life is available to all who trust in Christ. May that hope shape our hearts and guide our hands as we carry out the work before us tonight. God, give each member of this council a spirit of humility, discernment, courage. Help us to seek the good of others above ourselves, to listen before we speak, to act with compassion and integrity. Let the peace of Christ rule in this room, rule in our hearts, and may his light shine through every decision that's made in this place. We lift up our city to you, its families, its leaders, its future. May Moreno Valley be a community marked by justice, mercy, and the love of Christ. And it is in the powerful and the precious name of the risen Savior we pray. Amen.
Thank you once again to Pastor Michael Kell from Liberty Church over in District 1. I appreciate you joining us. Next up, we will move to roll call. Madam Clerk, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Bernard,
Here.
Councilmember Gonzalez,
Here.
Councilmember Delgado,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Baca Santa Cruz,
Here.
and Mayor Cabrera.
Present. Thank you very much. We are all here this evening, so we'll move past item E, motions to excuse. Next is item F, staff introductions, please.
Sonia Gomez, Management Assistant.
Paul Bradvica, Deputy City Clerk.
Stephen Quintanilla, City Attorney.
Brian Mohan, City Manager.
Lonnie Jimenez, Assistant City Manager over Administration.
Dina Hill, Chief Financial Officer, City Treasurer.
Sean Kelleher, Assistant City Manager, Development.
Angelica Fraustalupo, Community Development Director.
Melissa Walker, Director of Public Works.
Jeremy Bubnick, Director of Parks and Community Services.
Robert Cardenas, Human Resources Director.
Melissa McLean, Economic Development Manager.
Sarah Mack, Chief of Police.
And Jesse Park, Fire Chief.
Thank you very much, staff. It's always a pleasure to be here in the chamber to conduct the people's business. Thank you so much to everybody who is joining us here in person, and thank you as well to everybody joining at home, whether it's on YouTube, Facebook, or MTV3. Appreciate you tuning in. Next up is item G, approval of order of the agenda, and I would now like to call for a vote on the approval of order of the agenda. Is there a motion and a second?
I'll motion to approve the order of the agenda.
Second.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember Delgado, second. Please call for the vote.
Councilmember Bernard,
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez,
Yes.
Councilmember Delgado,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Baca Santa Cruz,
Yes.
and Mayor Cabrera.
Yes,
Thank
that
you.
motion carries. Next is item H, public comments on matters not on the agenda. A reminder that the city now offers language translation services through a free app called Wordly. The app automatically translates a variety of languages into English and vice versa. To use this service, please scan the QR code located at the speaker sign-up table by the double doors. For the visually impaired, please use your earphones or earbuds to listen to the verbal translation. If you do not have any such listening devices, please let the city clerk know, and we will gladly let you borrow some for this meeting. La ciudad actualmente ofrece servicios de traducción de idiomas a través de una aplicación gratuita llamada Wordly. Si gustan usar este servicio, avísenle a la secretaria y entregue una tarjeta para hablar. Para usar la traducción, escanee el código QR que está en la mesa junto a las puertas. Before we move on to public comments, I'd like to remind everyone to direct their comments to the City Council. For comments on items on tonight's agenda, each speaker will have a total of 3 minutes to comment. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak on non-agenda items?
Thank you, Mayor. This evening, we have about 7 speakers, and the first one is IE Informer. Second speaker is James Armour, and third is Megan Kennedy.
Good evening.
All right, good evening, everybody, council, staff. Brian, you guys are doing a great job, staff. I can't find nothing to moan and complain about because you guys are doing such a good job, so that's a plus. But before I get started, I wanted to just tell everybody the animal shelter is in crisis. We are overstaffed over there with animals, so if you are a person who can foster animals, please go and sign up. I'm going to go sign up and see what my foster thing is because, again, we have a kill shelter, unfortunately, but they're doing the best that they can. But they have some great animals and puppies, and I just got another dog, Benny, who's driving me crazy, but I got him anyway. But what I want to talk about is we are seeing a lot of things happening that has come to fruition that happened during the WLC wars. Now, when I was on the side against the warehouses, I had said that he is going to use our tax dollars to build his infrastructure and make his land more valuable. And we're starting to see things like that take place. You, Mr. Kerberos, are suing a company you should have never worked for to begin with. Right now, talking about, oh, they want to do a pay-for-play type thing. Now, I just happen to have heard, and I could be wrong, but I doubt it, that you're trying to stack the Planning Commission with people that benefit you. Now, in today's politics, people are seeing the pay-for-play stuff. It's really played out now. And now you guys are right in people's faces doing it. Now, the Planning Commission is the second most important group that we have. Now, no offense to you guys, but to be a council member, all you need to do is to be a positive neighbor. That's great. But the Planning Commission should have some kind of requirement other than the mayor recommends this person to be on the Planning Commission because that's my friend or whatever. They should have some kind of background, you know, in understanding how the Planning Commission goes. As this stuff is starting to play out, you guys better best believe, not only am I watching, other people are watching too, because we're sick and tired of it. And we're not calling any names right now, but you guys are, Mayor, you are on notice of all of them because you're the mayor. That's all it is. It's not personal. If you don't like the heat, don't run for public office. Again, we're going to be watching what is going on and the pieces that are being put into place. I know this is your last term. You can't run anymore. You're trying to find some kind of, you know, hitch. I get it. But, you know, we're watching. Thank you.
Up next is James Armour, followed by Megan Kennedy and Crystal Reza.
Hello, Mayor, City Council. It's always an honor to be here. Really grateful for being able to pass the homeless committee, some ad hoc committee. It's amazing. I'm super excited. It was very fun to share last month. The past month hasn't been too eventful. It's been kind of slow. The calls have been getting a little bit less often. Hopefully it stays like that. That's the goal, right? And visible homelessness, like I said, in my personal opinion, seems to be getting less. But we'll see when that CBDG data comes out, right? But I have high hopes. But for last month, we've served 101 individuals, and 93 of them were homeless, and we housed 2 people. This Thursday, we're going out with the Riverside University Health Systems Crisis Team. They're going to be joining us on our caravan. So I'm pretty excited about that. I'm going to show them all the areas that we know of that are populated with the unhoused. So I'm excited about that. It's a really great partnership. Usually we've been giving them referrals, but now they're actually going to join us in the field, in the trenches. So I'm super excited about that. And yeah, so for the most part, we have the free market's going to be on the 27th. So we're going to be doing that. It's going to be a great time. And we're still waiting to get the 12-person bus from the RTA. So I'm excited about that. Decided we're going to make it a mobile case management unit. I think that'd be the best thing we can do, as well as be able to, take half the seats out so we can still transport people to where they need to go when we can. So I'm pretty excited about that. And so that's pretty much all I really got. And I'm really, really grateful. And you'll see me again soon. Thank you.
Up next is Megan Kennedy, Crystal Reza, and Sarai Orozco.
Good evening, Mayor and fellow council members. My name is Megan Kennedy. I've been a resident here, I always like to joke, since last century. How's that? Okay. So, needless to say, I've seen a lot of changes in the city over the years. I've also had a lot of changes in my personal life. I am actually going on 39 years with epilepsy, but as I've gotten older, I've also attributed or acquired some other disabilities. Reason I'm bringing this forth to you today is because a while back, my husband and I got a citation from the city, or a citation warning from the city, about our yard with bare patches and weeds. We weren't disagreeing with the issue. We were actually already aware of the issue and working on it. But I approached the city about getting an extension simply because of disabilities. So it was just a matter of time, you know. We did speak with different people and, made a little bit of progress. But then I learned that there was the ADA coordinator, which I don't know why I didn't think about that before, My issue today is about the access to the ADA coordinator. Simply because the very first time I reached out to the ADA coordinator using the email that is not just on the website, but is on the form requesting the ADA accommodation, it got kicked back. It told me that it was inaccessible because I am not within the organization. So it was also a Friday, so I couldn't do anything until Monday. I called, finally got a number, left a message, got a call back, and then when I left the message again to the new number he left, his message had told me to leave a detailed message. I never heard back from him. Via email, via phone. I even had to send a certified letter to him, as well as a certified letter to the city clerk at least 2 weeks later, and still finally heard from the city attorney at that point. And at that point, I never heard about the first event, but about a second accommodation I was requesting about the egg scramble because I know I can't run and bend down like everyone else. As I said, my disabilities are invisible. To this day, over a year later, when I send an email to that account, it still kicks back saying it is inaccessible. That means that people in the city who need an accommodation cannot reach the ADA coordinator. So I'm hoping you can help me out in fixing that. So thank you for listening, and thank you for your help.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy, and we'll make sure that staff connects with you right now to get your contact information to make sure that we follow up on those concerns. Thank you for coming out tonight.
Our next speaker is Crystal Reza, followed by Sarai Orozco, followed by Fred Buñuelos.
Good evening, Mayor and Council and City staff. My name is Crystal Reza. I'm a representative for Supervisor Ixchen Gutierrez, and I'm just here to share a little bit of our youth programs that we have available for our community. Right now we have a youth employment program. Our office is working with the California Family Life Center to help youth ages 16 to 24 find jobs in the private sector across District 5. Our office will subsidize the wages for these youth to work for a business in District 5 for 3 months. While youth work, they receive support such as career training, mentorship, and much more. This program is a great opportunity for both employers and youth in District 5. You can sign up through the QR code on the flyer that I've set out here on the tables. Youth Community Corps. The Youth Community Corps is similar to the Youth Employment Program, where our office will subsidize the wages for our youth to work. However, for this program, the youth will work in the public sector, like a government agency, and they must be between the ages of 18 and 26. While they work, they will also receive support services such as career training, mentorship, and much more. and they can also sign up using the QR codes on the flyer. Our song program is being done in collaboration with the Andy Vargas Foundation. Andy Vargas is the lead singer for Carlos Santana. This program is for youth in District 5, ages 14 to 18, to learn more about music and the entertainment industry. Youth will get hands-on experience with songwriting, singing, producing, recording, and much more. They will network and learn from industry professionals. These workshops will be held across 2 days, twice a month for 3 months, and this program is completely free, with transportation being provided for youth to and from the Andy Vargas Foundation studio in Orange County. And last but not least, we do have our Second Chance program. This program is aimed to help justice-impacted youth gain employment and get their back on their feet. Our office will subsidize wages for businesses to hire these youth ages 16 to 24 for 3 months. While youth are in this program, they will receive wraparound services to help them get back on their feet, and youth will receive the support they need to get employment, but also to find other opportunities after 3 months. Again, all these programs are available for the residents of the county in District 5, and I have left all the flyers here, and if you have any questions, feel free to come talk to me. I'll be happy to answer. Have a good night.
Our next public comment speaker is Ms. Sarai Orozco, followed by Fred Buñuelos and Seth Cox.
Good evening. My name is Sarai Orozco, and I'm a current citizen and a student from Cal State San Bernardino. Along with my classmates, we're here to advocate on the vulnerable population within our homeless community. I want to address a pressing issue that affects many in our community, the lack of communication and resources available to those who are most in need. As we all know, Moreno Valley is a diverse city with different cultures and backgrounds. However, within this diversity lies a significant challenge, a growing number of individuals who are struggling to meet their basic needs. Many of our residents are facing homelessness, food insecurity, and a lack of access to essential services. Despite the efforts of various organizations and volunteers, there remains a critical gap in the communication and resource services. My team and I went out to our community and asked individuals if there are anything that we could help or any way we can help, and they mentioned that they needed more available services such as shower stations, soup kitchens, shelters, and bus transportation assistance. This lack of awareness can lead to missed opportunities or for support and ultimately a cycle of poverty that is difficult to escape. We need a comprehensive communication strategy to effectively inform individuals about available resources. This could include a dedicated website, social media outreach, and partnership with local organizations to ensure that those in need are informed about services such as our soup kitchens and shower stations. We must increase resources. We must advocate to the establishment of more shower stations, shelters, and soup kitchens throughout the city. These facilities are essential for maintaining hygiene and providing nourishment to those who are struggling. By increasing the number of accessible locations, we can better serve our community and help individuals to regain their dignity. Access to transportation is a significant barrier for many of our vulnerable population. By implementing bus passes to those in need, it would help them get to Riverside, since there's a handful of services in that area. This would also enable individuals to reach job opportunities, medical appointments, and essential services, ultimately fostering independence and self-sufficiency. I hope you consider the impact of your decisions on the lives of our most vulnerable residents. By improving in these sections, we can create a more inclusive and supportive community for all. Let us all work together to ensure that no one in Moreno Valley is left behind. Thank you so much for your time.
The next speaker is Fred Buñuelos, followed by Seth Cox and Christopher Baca.
Hello, everyone. I want to let you know that I went on my second ride-along with the Sheriff's Department just recently. It was a graveyard shift, and it was a great experience. I ended up riding with Deputy Pacheco, so it was he was very informative, good guy, and I got to meet the other people that he backed up and the people that backed him up as well. The other thing I'd like to talk about is, if you notice, Bike Moval has an Instagram page. So we have a problem in our city with people parking in the bike lanes. And I've spoken about this at Valverde School District and with the Planning Commission. In my area, I wish the principal would lock up that pedestrian gate because they would eliminate the problem over there. We need to do something to protect our bicyclists, and I'm starting to get into that, so now I'm kind of jumping on it to see what we can do to fix that problem. Plus, we're getting a new bike park, which I see that's doing good, and you know, it's kind of disappointing that we're having this issue with people parking in the bike lanes. It's showing our kids a bad example of not obeying the law. I've offered some suggestions on what we should do. You know, ultimately, I think what's going to solve this problem is getting some delineators put in the areas of parks and schools to keep people from parking in those places, plus protecting our bicyclists, keeping them safe. I don't want to see our deputies being tied up with writing these, you know, tickets, but I think we need to get a parking control officer in our city, so they will just do that task, because you know, we need to be safe when we start to ride out there. We need to try something different, and what's happening now is it's a continued problem. You'll see stuff. I think it's a soccer group that's I don't know if they're trying to help out or not, but Bike Moval on the Instagram channel, you see it go. You can see what's happening. You know, they're going to do an informational protest soon. So I don't know. I mean, I want to see it get better. We have our Juan Batista Trail, our main bike thoroughfare, and it's a problem down where I live in the south part of our city with people parking in the bike lane. So I hope we can do something somewhere, somebody can help to make it better and get this problem resolved. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Seth Cox, followed by Christopher Baca.
Evening all, council, mayor, staff. Thank you for dressing up for me tonight. I really only had one thing, but I will comment on a couple of speakers before I leave here. This is a repeat from last one. I am opposing the Safe Store building for 887 storage units, 3-story building on the, what is it now? It's the southeast corner of Alessandro and Nason. Mainly not in my backyard. I don't think that's the right thing to be in the downtown corridor. That's what it's called down there now, you know, Nason on each side. I think it could be something else on that corner, would be better serving District 3 and the whole city of Moreno Valley than another storage unit, which the other storage unit is one that was approved last year, 993, just across the street. So it'd be 1,880 units on 2 corners of a main thoroughfare in Moreno Valley. So that's that. I will, on a couple of subjects I have talked on before, is outdated stuff on the website. I hate to hear that a lady that needs the service has to come up here and say that. Please, please, please look at the website. Keep it up to date. And there was another one. Now I forgot who I was going to comment on. Let me see who talked. Again, I'm with Fred on parking. Parking is in school zones is terrible. Parking in bike paths are terrible. Maybe since we are, what, are we up to 54 square miles of city now? Just maybe we should go back to a camera system and enforce it electronically. Okay, just an idea. Think about it. You know, I know there's pros and cons on it, but if you're not doing anything wrong, you don't have to worry about being on camera. So, just an idea. Thanks. I'll be back.
Our next speaker is Christopher Baca.
In my opinion, urban bike riding in Moreno Valley is practically suicide. I wouldn't do it. I mean, people are just very disrespectful to bike riders in this city. But anyhow, what I want to talk about is the usual stuff that's going on in Moreno Valley, and my absolute wish is that people would understand and open their eyes and see exactly what's going on in the city. And that includes the elected people here and the staff here that are bending over backwards for Highland Fairview and stacking their nonsense, and the taxpayer is paying for his infrastructure. And for what? 15, 20 years ago, the city paid for the cut through of Nason or the Aquabella because of the Aquabella. Highland Fairview never built Aquabella. It's always bullshit that the lawsuits or this or that or this or that, or the market's not good. How many markets have come through and he's built nothing for Aquabella? Now you got a new project with more BS going to come with infrastructure that the city's going to pay for. Same thing happened with the WLC with Eucalyptus. He built another building there. He was supposed to put that infrastructure there, but the city went ahead and cut through Eucalyptus and did those roundabouts. That was his responsibility, but the taxpayer has paid for this. It's the same thing again. The agreement for the WLC included Alessandro. Now suddenly the city has taken it over and is probably going to improve it for him, for his infrastructure, for his promises, for his lies that he has been doing, conducting here in this city. What about the big lie that he came out that we're going to have this big, wonderful bridge across the freeway that he was going to pay for? That's been forgotten. That's been put, who remembers? The fact of the matter is, you elected people. He doesn't want you people here. The staff either. He wants a big turnaround so that he can slip in these things. I don't know who is corrupt in this staff that is putting his bullshit on the agenda, and it gets passed under these blind eyes here with you elected officials. Especially Mr. Delgado here is all for the police department. He's funding RSA. Highland Fairview is funding RSA. That's wrong. That is completely wrong. We also have Highland Fairview minions infiltrating government. We have Crystal Ressa here with Exton's department. For what? Well, there's a lot of things. His property is on the county, right there on the corner. That's county property to put infrastructure for him, for his benefit.
Our next speaker is Roy Bleckert, followed by Walt Glover.
Punching down. I'm surprised a little bit. Crystal Reza didn't mention that since she works for one of the supervisors, which usually when a certain member, maybe a native of Moreno Valley, gets up there to speak, I bet you I've heard the fifth floor stays absolutely silent. Chuck Washington, supervisor from the 3rd District, made that mention today at the Board of Supervisors. Happened to be right after I spoke. I believe it shows the evidence is out there. I went through it on the show today, just before I came here. The arrogance of 98.7% of our elected officials and how they treat and how they see the public. You should really watch that interaction and the interactions from last week and the many years, not only from here, Elena can testify to that for decades, of what goes on and how you view the public. You guys want to stick up for Moreno Valley? You want to say we're this? Why don't you go down there and stick up for us? Why don't you go to Sacramento and stick up for us? Why don't you go to Washington, D.C. and stick up for us and put out press releases and take the challenge, sit next to me and defend what you're doing and what you're advocating? Like I said, all I can do is open the door. It's up to you to walk through it. Just like I told them, and I've told them many times, and you see how they run, just like you guys do. You don't think you owe the public an explanation in an open forum to defend and put the evidence you have for what you say. But when the only time, basically, in 98.7% of the time, you do it in your controlled environment. If the strength of your arguments, if what you say is true and all the stuff you glad hand about yourself is correct, then you should be more than willing to defend that record. In fact, in an honest and fair forum, debate that, because if you're right, you'll win and you'll be exalted. But if not, it'll show what's really going on.
Our next speaker is Walt Glover.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I don't have a big speech to make. My wife sent me here, she says. Yeah. Those homeless encampments at the end of the freeways that open into Moreno Valley, they're terrible. It's a big negative on Moreno Valley. We love Moreno Valley. We just bought our second house here. And the other thing would be that traffic congestion in that intersection there. That's an ongoing complaint, I'm sure. There's that, let's see, 1, 2, 3 things. I forget the third one. I got nothing, no big complaint, no, huh? I left my phone in the car. It was out of charge. So, yeah. I got no big complaints. It's just that homeless encampments are a real big problem. And I don't know what you can do about it. I understand there's something about their personal belongings or something like that. You can't move them. I don't know. But you got to do something because that's a big negative on Moreno Valley. What I have noticed, what my wife has noticed, is that there's a nice cleanup along the in Moreno Valley, on the entrance on the side of the freeway and so forth. That's a good positive. I've noticed that. She's prone to complain, but anyway. Yeah. So that's all. Thank you very much for your help. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor, that concludes all public comments on items not on the agenda.
Thank you very much to all of our public speakers for coming out and joining us this evening. We will go ahead and move into item I, which is the joint consent calendars. Before I open the consent calendar for public comment, I will bring it back to the dais and ask my fellow council members if there are any items that you wish to remove from the consent calendar for separate action. I don't see any at this time, so we will go ahead and move into public comment on the consent calendar. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak on the consent calendar?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, we do. We have about 6 public speakers, and we'll start with Mr. Del Mendal-Muma, followed by Angel Orellano, followed by David Seitz.
Good evening, council members, Mayor Pro Tem, Mayor, and good evening, staff, my bosses. So, we finished another round of negotiations. Most of the time, it's the funnest part of the job. I believe we have put together a good package. This MOU between the Moreno Valley Management Association and the City of Moreno Valley is built on a foundation of mutual respect and shared vision for the city's goals. The Moreno Valley Management Association Board and the city's negotiations team. We worked very hard to put this together, and I appreciate everybody's dedication. These agreements turn into tangible results that benefit not just us and our organizations, but they benefit the community we serve and the city as a whole. So, to the citizens we serve, you are the heart of everything we do, and we thank you. And thank you for your consideration on this item. And I'll make it short and sweet. And thank you.
Our next speaker is Angel Orellano, followed by David Seitz, followed by Seth Cox.
Hello, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, city staff. I just wanted to come up here and say thanks, first of all, to Dina, Sandra, pretty much all the people, the finance people, Brian, Robert, Natalie. They really helped us out when it came to that FSLA, right, Dina? I always get that confused. So honestly, I know that Sandra and Dina worked really, really hard for several months, and they have a thankless job. I mean, I know people get mad at them when they don't get paid or they underget paid or whatever, but I just wanted to say here or stand here and let them know that we really do appreciate, especially myself, as an employee that was affected by this, and also for being the head steward for our IBW membership. I wanted to thank pretty much all of them for all their hard work. I know it's a thankless job, like I said, but we do appreciate everything they have done. And then regarding negotiations, I really do appreciate everything, like I said, that the negotiating team did for us. And, you know, we're just here to support each other, right? Because us, not necessarily the Public Works Department, but us in general, we're pretty much the boots on the ground, right? We're the one that help assist and make everything function within the city. So I do want to thank the city staff, all of our people in the negotiating team, you guys as well. I know some of you guys have went down to the yard and introduced yourselves, and you know, the guys down there at the yard really like that. So if you guys have spare time, you know, you guys are welcome. So other than that, I think that's it. I'm good. Thank you guys. Appreciate you guys. Brian, Dina, like I said, everybody else, I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Our next speaker is David Seitz, followed by Seth Cox, followed by Chris Baca.
Good evening. Just like to make a statement that I am a 40-plus resident of Moreno Valley, and these are my comments on my own and nothing to do with any position I hold. I'm here to talk about I-4, amending the rules about having items put on to the agenda. I do like the first part where they do actually put a point in the agenda so it can be done easily and not interrupt their comments to be able to do it. The part that's a little concerning to me is having to have a full vote to put something on the agenda. To me, it sounds, but it doesn't give the item a chance to be heard. It can be voted down even before it's brought before the public. And it just doesn't show, to me, transparency. The underdog or the less popular probably agenda that needs to come up, maybe needs to be aired, can still be voted down, but it needs to be brought up and to be aired. Just like we had one about our mule. It was brought up, it was voted down, but people need to know about this stuff. I feel that by having a majority vote to put something on the agenda is voting on that item before public testimony could be heard. I feel just a first or a motion and a second should be enough to allow it to become an agenda item. I know other cities, a single councilman or mayor can put something on the agenda. That's my biggest concern with it.
Obviously, since it wasn't pulled, it can't be voted separately, but I do have concerns that there's not enough transparency in this, or not enough for the underdog to get their word out. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Seth Cox, followed by Chris Baca, followed by Roy Bleckert.
I'm back. Just for everybody, I have lived in Moreno Valley since 1977, okay? With a three-year gap that I had to go away for, military service. I didn't go to prison, okay? I went to, even though sometimes it felt like it, but I didn't, okay? I want to talk about 4 different items. Items 12, I-12, I-13, I-14, and I-16. Okay, those are the contracts for the Moreno Valley utility that you guys are talking about tonight. I'm assuming going to be signed. I think they're lacking a little exposure coverage, okay? Every one of those contracts, with the exception of one, has technology built into it, whether it's the call system, whether there's a trouble system, whether it's the new stations that have SCADA units in them. They're all technology. And nowhere in any of those contracts does it ever talk about cybersecurity liability insurance. Okay? I'm not a lawyer, so it may be covered somewhere else, and I don't know if they've got a pending document somewhere that might have it in there. But the organization I work for, our third-party risk management program for every vendor that we deal with that has technology included, at a minimum has to carry $10 million worth of cyber liability insurance. Okay, now it can be negotiated down based on exposure, but that's the starting point. And what it does, it covers the city and MVU for things that they might do that exposes the PII, personal identifiable information, that the customers give to them, their payment card industry, their credit card numbers when they pay a bill online or pay it by phone and give it to them with voice. Now, hopefully they got controls in place. And there's other things that it covers. There are also nothing in there about the CCPA, the California Consumer Privacy Act. As customers, they have certain rights to, not have their information exposed. So maybe take a look at the contract process and see if you may need to include that in the future. Since none of these were pulled for discussion, I think it must be a done deal on these. But please cover the city and the constituents of the city from civil liabilities and lawsuits when our third parties that we use as a city make mistakes or have issues that bring us to our knees. Okay? Thanks.
Our next speaker is Christopher Baca, followed by Roy Bleckert.
Well, looky. We got the old Highland Fairview corporate office becoming part of the city of Moreno Valley's office. How did that come about? I wonder. Aren't all the Highland Fairview's developments and the new developments, they all tied into the utility? That's one thing. It's like there's a conflict there. The other conflict is why does the electric company need such an elaborate building? They're not Edison. It's a rink-a-dink little Edison, a little electrical company. That's an elaborate building there. Why are you building? It reminds me of Spectrum, the internet company. They spend billions of dollars on advertisement. For what? They should just lower the prices, and the consumer would stay with them, and they wouldn't. It's just ridiculous. Why is the city making deals under the table with a developer that's known to be corrupt and known to be putting in money for his benefit? For every dollar that corporations invest into this dark corruption, this dark, they make $3,000 for every $1. So Highland Fairview donates $1 million to this city. to the people, to the community, to the RSA, to whatever it is, to the churches. He donates $1 million to Ed Delgado's campaign. $1 million that he donates. You think it's out of his pocket because of his kindness? No. He's here to benefit up to $300 million out of that $1 million he puts in. You can see it with the roads, his infrastructure that he's supposed to put in there. The city pays for it. The taxpayer pays for it. But no, it's just mind-boggling to me when any one of you is going to stand up to this nonsense. It's corruption to the max, and you know it, and you're playing along with it, including the staff. I wonder who's in his pocket.
Our next speaker is Roy Bleckard.
I hope Mr. Ed is going to spread the wealth of the $1 million he got. I, for one, want to thank Ms. Baca for finally getting this on, for getting stuff on the agenda more efficiently, mirroring Ed Code 35145.5, which is mandated that they have to do it at the Board of Education. Now, I'm going to swear on a stack of Bibles under oath. I did not talk to David Stites before we came up here, but I'm in absolute agreement with what he's saying. I believe any one of you as our representative should have the ability to put anything on the agenda. I don't want even if it's a minority of one, I don't want my representative blocked from putting anything on the agenda. Now, I will say a good compromise would be from where you're at of having a majority of the council approve it to down to 2, although that wouldn't be my preference, but that's a better situation than we have. So I will take you, and I'll swear this on the Supreme Court too, like I did about sites. Go look at them. It does not require a majority of the Supreme Court to put something on the court docket. Yet you guys are requiring a majority of the council to put something on your agenda. Not only is that the height of arrogance, that's also discriminating against the minority opinion. How many times have you seen, maybe a majority of you might be against something, but when you heard all the evidence, maybe you changed your vote? How do you know how the vote is going to be? How do you know how we don't even have a chance to discuss something that the person we elected thought was to be important? You are supposed to be our representatives. Please do that. So again, I would reiterate, as a minimum, it should only require 2 at any time to put anything on the agenda if you're not going to go to the 1. Protect the minority. Protect the disadvantaged. Protect that voice that maybe everybody thinks, maybe out of their mind, not knowing what they're doing, but in the end it may show they were right, but not allowing us to have that choice or that opportunity is not only the height of arrogance, but a disrespect of everybody in the city of Moreno Valley.
Mayor, that concludes all public comments on items on the consent calendar.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. So we'll go ahead and move into council deliberation before we entertain a motion and a second. And I do have just a couple of questions and a couple of comments as well. I'll start with I-8, which is an item regarding the fire hazard maps, the updated maps that were published by the state and CAL FIRE. If anyone is curious to take a look at those, they are attached to our agenda on item I-8. It's one of the 2 attachments. You could see the actual map there, so you could see visually the updates. And on this one, I know this essentially opens up the public comment period, and it'll eventually come back to the council for official and final adoption. And I've mentioned previously, also at the study session that we had last week, about how and what measures the city can take to further mitigate the risks of wildfires in the city of Moreno Valley, especially around the outer edges of our city, butting up against the hillsides in the city of Moreno Valley. We all saw what happened out in the Palisades and Altadena and Pasadena not that long ago. And while we have a fantastic CAL FIRE and we have amazing people that work here, I think there might be opportunities for us to invest more into infrastructure, educational programs, PSAs, to make sure that we mitigate any risk of wildfire. I did have a chance to talk to some folks from CAL FIRE recently, and one of the things that came up were heli hydrants as one of the things that came up in conversation. So possibly looking at some of these infrastructure options to, in case, God forbid, there is a fire in the future, we have the tools necessary to quickly and readily put these fires out. So that's I-8, I-17, road closures for Public Safety Expo. That's a big event that happens every single year, so looking forward to that, Chief Mack and your team there. The families, the kids love it, so looking forward to that one here within the next couple months. Fire is there, military is there. It's a really nice time. It's a free event for the city. And lastly, item I-4. So I actually agree with some of the public comments. Roy, it's not often that we agree on something, but I agree with you on this one. Specifically, the language. So if you open item I-4, you'll see that there are some changes being proposed. And I have some concerns with the language under P, the second attachment under letter P. So my understanding of this was that we were going to add an item to our agenda that would give the council members and the mayor an opportunity to propose items instead of what we do right now, which is kind of just at random times during the meeting, or it eats up our closing comment time, which I don't think is fair to any of us. Just have a dedicated item, just like the Board of Supervisors and a lot of other bodies. It's time that we do that. But my concern is that this reads, to add an item to future agenda, there must be a motion, a second, and a majority vote of those present at the meeting, et cetera, et cetera. So first I want to understand why that language is in here, because currently all it takes is 2 members of the council to add an item to a future agenda. And that's something that was unanimously approved by the council maybe a year or 2 ago. So just first want to understand if that's a typo, if that's a mistake, or who and why that was included in here.
Well, as you can tell, that this particular item is actually a staff-driven item and not a motion from council. So in collaboration and in talking to the city clerk and the city attorney about this particular item, because you had previously approved 1008 and policy 101A, there are certain things that we must go through and codify as we bring this item before you. And so if you recall, currently, it is a motion and a second in a very mundane, administratively heavy process where we bring back a benign staff report to see if there's a majority of council that would like to hear the item, and then we come back with another staff report to actually effectuate potentially whatever the motion was wanting to discuss. So in discussion with the city attorney and the city clerk, we are trying to actually expedite this process so it doesn't take a full month for an item to actually come back to council to be heard because of that benign staff report step, and then coming back if there is a majority that still wants to go forward and hear what ultimately the motion was wanting to effectuate. So in doing so, we had to go back to the 1008 ordinance and to policy 101A, and this is what we had come up with to make it more expeditious within those given parameters.
Okay, so ultimately, I agree that we should add a dedicated item to the agenda that should read, agendizing of future items. We have it on the JPA agenda as well. And all it takes is one commissioner at the JPA, for example, to add an item to a future agenda. It rarely ever happens, but I think we should eliminate the language where it changes it to require 3 affirmative votes, a majority of the council, to add an item to the agenda for reasons that were already shared by members of the public. I think that this effectively silences a minority on the council, and I don't think that's fair for the constituents of any of those particular council districts. You should at least have an opportunity to bring something to the agenda, to have a discussion about it, and regardless, it requires a majority of the council to move forward with it or not. So I understand the points about expediting some things, which, you know, I partially agree with, but I think the negatives are supersede and overwhelm any benefits that could come from that. So I would just, you know, I would make a motion to approve the consent calendars and change the language to eliminate that there must be a motion, a second, and a majority vote of those present at the meeting in order to add an item to the agenda. So that would be the only change that I'm asking for.
Mr. Mayor, since this item wasn't pulled from the agenda, from the consent calendar for discussion, my recommendation would be to bring it back with council direction.
So are you saying we can postpone this one item to the next council meeting, or do we have to push the entire consent calendar?
No, just this one item.
Okay.
It would still require a majority vote to do that, though.
Okay. Then that being said, then I would make a motion to approve the entire consent calendar with the exception of item I-4 and bring back item I-4 to the next council meeting.
I second that motion.
With the, go ahead. With the vote to pull it off.
Yes, as an action item.
Yes.
To vote on it. Yes, thank you. So there is a motion.
This would require an actual vote of the entire council to have this motion be effective.
Yes, thank you. So there's a motion and there's a second. If we could, unless there's any further discussion, any other questions, if there's any clarification.
Motion to approve the consent minus this, because I think you need to first ask, because you didn't ask for it to be pulled at the beginning. So we need to vote on whether we do want to pull it now.
Mr. City Attorney, if you could clarify.
Yes,
please.
okay. So if you want to pull this item, then we need to go back to formally pull the item from the agenda and then take a vote on the remaining items on the consent calendar. Yes, that's
Okay.
the first step. And
So make a
then-
formal motion to pull item I-4. Okay, so I will make a motion to pull item I-4 for separate action.
Correct.
I'm seeking a second on that.
I second that.
Okay, so first we vote on that. There's a motion and a second. So we take a vote to pull item I-4.
Correct.
Madam Clerk, if you could please call for the vote.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Bernard?
No.
Councilmember Gonzalez? Councilmember Delgado?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Baca Santa Cruz?
No.
Mayor Cabrera?
Yes. Okay, so that motion fails and effectively dies. And that brings us back to where we were before. And I just, before we, there's no motion yet or anything, so I'll just make a final comment. Very, very disappointed in my colleagues who have voted no, because a couple of years ago, all 3 of you who voted no just now, we came to a consensus on the dais to decrease the requirement down to 2 votes. So I would like to hear your reasoning, your justification for changing it this time.
Okay, so while we're talking
I'm
about
sorry,
disappointment,
council, can we stop for a second? We have an issue here, and as presiding officer, can you please direct sheriffs accordingly?
If we could please keep it respectful, just everybody had their chance to speak during public comment, and we're deliberating right now, please. Thank you.
so we're talking about disappointment. I'm going to be quite frankly honest. I did agree to it, but like a lot of things, because you do it too, you're allowed to change your mind. One of the big issues that I have with how we were doing it before is the way that things were coming about, and I'm sorry, we were essentially wasting staff's time, having them do reports for things that were just ridiculous. And so I'm trying to think of a way to make things move more efficiently. If it's a good idea, if it's a good agenda item, it will get pushed through, it will be voted through. There were a number of things that were coming up that weren't even being done in the open, that were coming up on the back end. And so for transparency purposes.
Some examples would help.
Some examples? Okay. So your borough idea that we killed, and then it showed up on the agenda, and I kept saying, how did it get here? This is a very much, and so I'm trying not to air out all the laundry, but if you want to go there, I will. This is nope, please don't interrupt me, because I do not interrupt you. I do not. I let you talk, showboat, and grandstand. Please, no, please don't. So it's happening very frequently where we are dealing with this behind closed doors because you are emailing back and forth and things are populating on agendas. They're not coming up like we agreed out in the open. They're coming up on the back end. And then they're showing up on an agenda. I'm like, what's this? I'm asking staff questions. And you know what I've also noticed? And this is why when you talk about disappointment, I'm always disappointed with you. And I'm just going to be honest about this, is you clearly don't read your agendas. Because this was clearly in there, it was clearly stated in the staff report, and we get here, and you're fine with everything going, you didn't pull anything, and then somebody points it out. Because I know what I read, because I read my agendas. It's what I do every Saturday and Sunday. And then someone points it out, and you're like, well, wait a minute. What is this? What is that? Had you been reading your agendas, and this has happened several times, you would know it's in there. You could be having these discussions beforehand so we can figure all this out beforehand. And quite frankly, that's how you got here.
So, and I'll go next. To be honest with you, it's zero personal. I read the agenda, and I thought, I asked Brian, or I asked the city manager who put this on the consent calendar, and they said you. I said, oh, so he wants to change it. I guess so, because I read it, and it said exactly what it says now. But did you ask to put this on?
What I asked staff for is to put an item on our agenda, which was previously brought up by Mayor Pro Tem, right? And we've had discussions up here about it, so that we can have a dedicated time on our agenda to add items to future agenda. At no time did staff tell me, or did I ask for a change to the number of votes required to add something to the agenda. So that's why I am really shocked and disappointed that that's up here on the agenda now. And it seems like something that was trying to be slid under the rug. And again, ultimately, several years ago, it was changed to require a majority vote to silence a minority of the council. And I feel like that's happening again, because there's obviously a clear majority now forming on the council. So I just want to make sure.
Want my explanation or not?
I'll just give me 10 seconds and then you can continue. I want to make sure that at least a majority of the council has an opportunity to bring an item forward to have a discussion, as opposed to completely silencing them and not even having an opportunity to deliberate, because we're not allowed to unless it's an agendized item. That's the issue that I have. Give the constituents of a minority an opportunity to at least deliberate it. If you don't want to move forward with it, vote it down. That's what we do right now.
So that's why I thought you wanted it changed, because this came from you. So I read the agenda and it said, then I thought, this is going to expedite things, because it is true. If two people have an idea, the boroughs or the donkey thing, cool. But if they have an idea, two people bring it to the council and it gets shot down. But how much work went into and how much time went into something that clearly wasn't going to pass the majority of the council? So I thought, man, this is going to expedite things at our meetings. It's going to expedite things for future meetings. And I thought, okay, well, that's what he wants. You, because you put it on there. So,
and that's not what I asked for. I just want to make that very clear. This is not what I asked for.
Well, you did have a chance on last Wednesday when we do the agenda meeting. You didn't show up for that meeting last Wednesday. And then we have a script review today. You didn't show up for that. You don't tell us you're not going to be here. We sit and we wait for you, and you're a no-show. So those are the two times that we went over the staff report with staff.
We were in closed session for the Joint Powers Authority, which is why I couldn't make it. So just want to make that clear. And again, for the record, I'm looking at you, Mr. City Manager, because not once did you bring up that you were going to include language to change this to 3 votes. I think I've already made it very clear where I stand on this. So I just want to speak now to the public that in the future, if there are certain ideas, proposals that are brought forth by maybe two of us and a third doesn't want to approve it, it's because of the change that's about to happen right now. The council has the opportunity to change the language in here, and Councilmember Bernard, Councilmember Delgado, Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz are refusing to do that and reneging on an agreement that was made by this council a couple of years ago. If that's a will of the majority, then so be it, but I think you're disenfranchising.
That's how democracy works.
council
We
districts.
have the ability to change, right? And we will eventually change
You do.
something else, right? So that's how it works.
Yeah, and I'm expressing my disagreement.
And I will tell you,
and it doesn't mean that it's right.
It's okay for you to be disappointed in us. Okay, it's okay. But I will tell you right now, there is no majority, and I'm not part of a majority. I vote for what I vote for, what I feel is best for the city of Moreno Valley, not what's best for me, and not what's best for them.
And I'll say that's not what it looks like right
Well,
now.
then.
You know what the
I'm here to
problem
tell you
is?
that.
Is you're concerned about what it looks like instead of actually listening to what was being said. And so you're sitting up here, and I take very much offense because I voted with you guys, I voted against people. You're taking this whole, it's a majority. I have a majority block. That's not it.
If we could please keep it down in the back, please.
That's not it. And so for me, I take offense that that's where you want to take it there. But if you would like, if that's the game you want to play up here, you can play it. People are allowed to change their minds all the time. We talk about this all the time. And if anybody's always lined up together, I tell people you've got a problem up there. Just because you don't like the way this vote goes, we've all been on the losing side of a vote. You suck it up and you move on. It is what it is. But to look at me and say we're reneging on it, when what you should have done, and I've cautioned this before, is read the agenda, because you would have known what the staff report was going to put in there and what it was going to say.
And what I'm saying is that staff did something different to what I asked for and what they told me they were going to do. I want to make that very clear.
But
That
why
at
don't you ever
point did I
reread
ask that.
it?
But it's published Thursday.
At no point did I.
Tells me.
And there's nothing I could do after it's published. Once the agenda is published, that's it.
Could have pulled the item
That's it,
at the
it's done.
time if you had been
And-
prepared for the
and-
Could
meeting.
have pulled the item. Had they
There's-
not mentioned it, you wouldn't even be up here doing this.
And there's
I motion
nothing
to
wrong.
approve the consent agenda as presented.
There's nothing wrong
I
with
second.
making the changes now. So the people see what's happening.
Yes, because you are the people.
There's a motion and a second.
Councilmember Bernard,
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez,
No.
Councilmember Delgado,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Baca Santa
Yes.
Cruz, and Mayor Cabrera.
No. So with that, we will move on to item J, which is public hearings. We do have a few. Item J1 is a public hearing to review the CDBG home and ESG project applications for inclusion in fiscal year 25-26, a draft annual action plan, and we will start with a report from the city manager.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. This is a routine annual item. We are, if you recall, and just to re-inform, and for those that aren't previously informed, to let them know that our city is a housing and urban development entitlement city, meaning that the federal government has identified the city of Moreno Valley with certain tracts within City of Moreno Valley as a disadvantaged city. That being said, the HUD entitlement funds that we do receive on an annual basis is Community Development Block Grant, roughly 1.9 million, Home Invest, which is roughly 700,000 annually, and ESG, which is Emergency Solutions Grant, which is roughly a little less than 200,000 annually. Because this is HUD funding, very restrictive, and we have to follow certain guidelines. As part of those guidelines, there are certain public hearings and public review periods that have to occur. And so on the second page of the staff report, it identifies all of the various engagement that we have to have with the public in the notifications, the various opening period for our application, closing period, and then we have to have 3 public hearings and so forth that will need to occur throughout this time. And so this is public hearing number 2. And what this is to review what is titled and called the Application Review and Funding Request document. This is currently a draft that will remain remain open to the public for review. It will actually be at the city clerk's information booth outside their office, as well as it will reside as a public document tonight. This has absolutely no recommendations for the allocations and the funding. What this document basically shows is how much funding will actually occur within the given categories that I just stated. Those are estimated fundings from HUD, and all of the entities, organizations that had submitted an application and their requested funding for the said application and their request. What will occur is this will be on public view as required by HUD, and then we will be coming back on May 6th with the actual approval for the allocation as recommended by our third-party administrator and our consultant, as well as staff recommendations. With that, I'm available for any questions that you may have related to this item.
Thank you. With that, we will move into council questions of staff. I don't see any hands raised at the moment. So if there's no questions, we will go ahead and move into public testimony. Go ahead and open the public testimony period. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, we do. We have one speaker, Roy Bleckert.
First off, like the Board of Supervisors, I want to thank you for providing me with plenty of material to work with. This thing, and just due to circumstances I've had, I remember this last year of coming up, and I've talked a lot about the housing and things, and the ability of governments to make housing less affordable. I just wonder, have a couple questions, maybe you can answer them later, or maybe you can answer them now. Is it still open for discussion of who can apply for these applications? Because in the past, this, and I think the evidence will clearly show, that these and many other programs have made this particular item much worse. We see the fraud coming in or being investigated by our new Central and Southern California U.S. Attorney, Bill Asaley. Of all in that, and I'm not saying this in particular, but in most all of these programs, of how very little money of actually what it's supposed to do gets back to really helping people of that. What it most likely does is raise the cost of housing, makes it less affordable, and makes less opportunity for everyone to be able to afford a house as in Moreno Valley like it used to be. And just like the gas deal, where it showed, where you had our great governor say, oh, it's the oil companies and refiners are ripping us off. USC study, Mike Mischke said, BS. It's all government policy. I've come up here and said to you that, and like all this other stuff. So we should have a frank and honest report coming in when it comes to May 6th, all the ramifications of what these dollars do and how it affects everyone. Yeah, if you're the beneficiary of it, yeah, you may be a winner. But you use legalized theft and pointed a gun at all the rest of us to pay for this, for the failure and the least opportunity and making everything more expensive, inaccessible, and unaffordable for everyone. It affects all of us. Maybe one day we'll deal with this honestly.
Mayor, that concludes all public testimony on this item.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. So with that, we'll go ahead and close the public testimony portion. And we'll bring it back to the dais for any final deliberation or comments. If not, I will make a motion to approve staff's recommendations, and I'm seeking a second.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call for the vote.
Councilmember Bernard?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember Delgado?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Baca Santa Cruz?
Yes.
And Mayor Cabrera.
Yes. That motion carries. Next up is item J2, another public hearing. It is a proposed deferral of effective dates of development impact fee, automatic CPI increases, and we have a report from Community Development.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening. Angelica Frausto-Lupo, Community Development Director. The item before you is a proposed resolution to defer the effective dates of the 2026 and 2028 development impact fee increases, which were approved as part of the 2024 development impact fee schedule, based upon the findings from the 2024 DIF Nexus study. As a reminder, development impact fees, or DIF, as they are commonly called, are fees imposed on specific development projects, including residential, commercial, and industrial development, to defray the cost of new or additional public facilities that are needed to serve those developments. Common types of impact fees include traffic mitigation fees, public safety facility fees, park facility fees, library facility fees, among others. In 2024, the city adopted a Nexus study in compliance with Assembly Bill 602, which governs the development impact fees. The DIF Nexus study basically provides a quantified basis for support of each DIF. In other words, the Nexus study was needed to provide the legal support for the required findings that must be made to justify the amount of each DIF, based on existing deficiencies of certain public facilities and the projected burdens on those facilities caused by the prospective development in the city. The 2024 DIF schedule includes a 2% administrative fee that reflects the city's estimated costs to administer the DIF program and fees collected per the 2024 DIF fee schedule. When the 2024 DIF schedule was adopted in April 2024, automatic increases were scheduled for January 1, 2026, January 1, 2028, and January 1, 2030, to account for the escalation in construction costs. In order to soften the impacts of any adjustments to the city's current DIFs, staff recommends that the DIF fees for 2026 and 2028 be deferred. The proposed resolution includes the automatic adjustment scheduled for January 1, 2028, to be at the rates previously established for January 1, 2026. Similarly, the automatic adjustment scheduled for January 1, 2030 to be at the rates previously established for January 1, 2028. So staff is recommending that the City Council approve the deferral of the 2026 fee to 2028 and the deferral of the 2028 fees to 2030. And this does conclude my presentation. I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for the presentation, staff report. We will bring it back to the dais for any council questions of staff. I do not see any hands raised at the moment. So if there's no questions, we'll go ahead and move into public testimony. Go ahead and open that now. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, we do. We have one speaker, Mr. Roy Blecker.
Let's review the history of development impact fees. They were supposed to be on for developments to improve more roads, parks, everything else. Since we've instituted them, and I will submit, look at the traffic congestion, look at our freeways, how many more parks do we have compared per resident? and every other amenity, they didn't work. Prove me wrong. This is the discussion you don't have, but you're going to jack the fees up and it's inflation. And the reports have come out stating this, that they can't keep up with the demand of everything that's going on for a lot of factors, which is what the five of you should be reviewing and asking the questions of. That's what we elected you to represent us for. Not to be a rubber stamp and jam everything through while our lives keep getting more chaotic, worse, and you see less and less opportunity for not only us, but future generations. Look at this community. Go take a look at a little bit of history. No, most people don't want to say that. When we didn't have this, when you could go down to the county in 2 hours and $200 later, have a permit to build a 3,000 square foot home in this area. That has taken away the ability of most people to, as we used to say, live the American dream. One day, maybe, there's some bright spots looking. Maybe we should all encourage that to happen. But if you're really compassionate, if you really care about your fellow human being, these will be the discussions we should have. Like the discussions, if you really want to know how to make a meeting like this run efficiently, look at the evidence that's been presented to you for decades that you keep ignoring. It's like this. You make a clown show out of everything.
Mayor, that concludes all public testimony on this item.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. So at this time, we'll go ahead and close the public testimony portion, and we'll bring it back up to the dais for any deliberation. I don't see any hands raised at the moment, so if there's no deliberation desired, I will make a motion to approve staff's recommendations for item J2. I'm seeking a second.
I'll second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call for the vote.
Councilmember Bernard,
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez,
Yes.
Councilmember Delgado,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Baca Santa Cruz,
Yes.
and Mayor Cabrera.
Yes. That motion carries unanimously, which brings us to item J3, which is an appeal of the Planning Commission denial of CUP PEN 24-0082, and we'll turn it over to Community Development again for a staff report.
Thank you, Mayor. There it is. So good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, Angelica Frausto-Lupo, Community Development Director. The item before you this evening is PAA 25-0001, an appeal of Planning Commission denial of conditional use permit PEN 24-0082 to allow the additional off-sale of distilled spirits at an existing convenience store. The Planning Commission held a duly noticed public hearing on February 27th, where the Commission voted 4-3 to deny Planning Commission Resolution Number 2025-02. The Planning Commission denied the project based on the finding that the proposed project will be detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare, or material injurious to properties or improvements in the vicinity. The appellant, Steve Rawlings of Rawlings Consulting, is requesting approval of conditional use permit PEN 24-0082 to replace a Type 20 off-sale beer and wine license with a Type 21 off-sale general license to allow the sale of distilled spirits in addition to their existing off-sale beer and wine. And the proposed project is located at 15980 Paris Boulevard at the northeast corner of Paris Boulevard and Iris Avenue. The site is located in the Community Commercial Zoning District, which allows for alcohol sales in conjunction with a convenience store located within 300 feet from residential use, subject to the granting of a conditional use permit. Surrounding land uses include commercial uses to the north, south, east, and west. There is an established single-family residential development within 300 feet northeast of the project site. The project site is located within Census Tract 489.02. Per the California Department of Alcohol Beverage Control, there are 4 authorized off-sale licenses within the tract and 5 active licenses in total. Census Tract 489.02 is overconcentrated by 1 license. The appellant is requesting to replace the current Type 20 license with a Type 21 license, allowing the additional off-sale of distilled spirits. The proposed request to upgrade the license will not add any additional licenses above the overconcentration or the number of active licenses. The project site is on a developed parcel with a fueling station, a car wash, and the Jackson's Food Store convenience store. The parcel is located within a larger shopping center of approximately 3.8 acres at the northeast corner of Paris and Iris. The existing convenience store is designed with full-height glass windows to provide clear and unobstructed views of the inside and outside. The project site is equipped with indoor and outdoor lighting to provide a safe environment for customers and employees and to discourage loitering. The existing landscape includes turf, shrubs, street trees, palm trees, and other landscape treatments around the perimeter of the project site that meet the municipal codes. The Jackson Food Store operates daily from 5 a.m. to 11 p.m. Beer, wine, and packaged ready-to-drink mixed drinks, such as hard seltzers, will be stored and displayed in the existing walk-in coolers located to the right and rear of the building. Distilled spirit bottles will only be displayed in a locked glass cabinet behind the cashier station and out of the reach of customers. Alcohol consumption is not permitted on the premises. Jackson Food Stores implements several safety and security measures as part of their standard business practice, including the store's point-of-sale system that automatically requires that a date of birth be entered into the system when alcohol is purchased. A transaction cannot be completed unless a valid ID is scanned and verified to confirm the individual is at least 21 years of age. Additionally, as mentioned, distilled spirits will be locked in a cabinet behind the cashier station and out of the reach of customers. Lastly, Jackson's Food Store has a state-of-the-art camera and surveillance system with footage available to law enforcement upon request. As part of the standard review process, appropriate city divisions and outside agencies and internal city departments reviewed the project's application materials, including building and safety, fire prevention, public works land development and transportation, special districts, MV utility, economic development, and the Riverside County Sheriff's Department, some of which provided conditions of approval provided with the resolution. The Sheriff's Department assesses factors that could decrease levels of public safety. Evaluation factors include, but are not limited to, calls for service to people in traffic, and proximity to sensitive receptors such as schools and churches. After a thorough review of the proposed project, the Riverside County Sheriff's Department expressed no issues or concerns, and it determined that the business already has a license and there have been no notable calls for service in the areas of people or traffic. And considering there are no notable calls for service in the area, there is no reason to assume measurable changes due to the change in the ABC license. The proposed project complies with Section 9.02.060, conditional use permits, and all applicable development standards of the zoning code. Staff recommends that the City Council either adopt a resolution denying PAA 25-0001, appeal of the Planning Commission denial of conditional use permit, PEN 24-0082, or adopt a resolution determining that the conditional use permit, PEN 24-0082, is categorically exempt from the provisions of the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, and CEQA guidelines as a Class 1 exemption in accordance with CEQA guidelines section 15301, and approving conditional use permit PEN 24-0082, subject to the attached conditions of approval included as Exhibit A of Resolution Number 2025-02, and as shown on the approved plan. This concludes staff's presentation. I am available for any questions, and I would like to note that the appellant is in attendance and also available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director. Appreciate the staff report there. So at this time, we will bring it back to the dais for any questions from the council to staff. And I do not see any hands raised, so if there's no questions, we'll go ahead and move into public testimony, and I'll go ahead and open the public testimony at this time. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
Thank you, Mayor. There are no speakers.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll go ahead and close the public hearing. At this time, we'll bring it back to the dais for any council deliberation if desired. I do not see any hands raised. So at this time, I entertain a motion and a second.
Can I make a comment real quick? Comment. Just for the public's knowledge, we may not be asking questions up here on these very important topics for these public hearings. We've had an extensive briefing and gone through all of them prior to. So if you're wondering why aren't they asking any questions, that's why.
Okay, is there a motion or a second?
A motion?
Yes, I'm entertaining a motion and a second.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. Number 1, adopt resolution number 2025 denying appeal. No, I'm denying the Planning Commission's appeal. No?
Community Director, can you go ahead and explain the two recommendations?
So, yes, absolutely. So the first is adopt a resolution denying, which means that you're denying the appeal. You're not denying what the Planning Commission. The option 2 is adopt a resolution determining that the conditional use permit is exempt from CEQA, and you're approving the conditional use permit, therefore allowing the applicant to proceed with the request.
I apologize. I will motion to approve number 2 as stated in the staff report. Seeking a second?
I'll second the motion. Madam Clerk, please call for the vote.
Yes. Councilmember Bernard?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember Delgado?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Baca Santa Cruz?
Yes.
And Mayor Cabrera?
Yes. That motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Which brings us to item J4, Security Plan Ordinance. And we'll turn it over again, 3 in a row, to Community Development for a staff report.
Thank you. Good evening again, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. The project before you this evening is a proposed security plan ordinance as directed at the March 4th City Council meeting. Staff was directed to prepare a municipal code amendment and associated ordinance requiring all existing commercial centers over 2 acres in size to provide security. Approved by the City Council in 2022, Section 9.08.270 of the Moreno Valley Municipal Code requires all newly constructed commercial centers larger than 2 acres and newly constructed multifamily housing projects exceeding 15 units to submit a detailed security plan to the city for review and approval prior to issuance of a building permit. Before moving on to the proposed ordinance, I want to provide some background information from when the existing ordinance was first developed. Shopping centers larger than 2 acres typically have multi-tenants that pay a common area maintenance fee, which helps cover costs such as security. Smaller shopping centers are typically singular tenant centers, and often the property owner is also the business owner. Owner-operators tend to be more invested in the local community. Similarly, it was determined that multifamily developments, 50 units or less, were being developed by smaller, independent housing providers who in most cases build and manage the properties long-term, and the economics to require a security plan may not work for them. In other words, it was a balance between ensuring a safe community and promoting continued residential development of a wide range of different housing types. So moving on to the proposed ordinance. Again, it is important to emphasize that the code already requires newly constructed commercial centers larger than 2 acres and newly constructed multifamily housing projects exceeding 50 units to submit security plans. The difference in the proposed ordinance is that existing shopping centers larger than 2 acres will now be required to do the same, to submit a security plan. Existing shopping centers must comply within 270 days or 9 months of the effective date of the proposed ordinance. There are approximately 107 existing shopping centers that will need to comply with this new ordinance. If a shopping center does not comply, staff will utilize community enhancement efforts to gain compliance. At a minimum, security plans shall include the following to ensure security of the site: security cameras and video recording system with adequate quality, color, rendition, and resolution; monitored fire, sprinkler, robbery, and burglar alarm systems must be installed and maintained in good working condition. The alarm system must include a private security company that is required to respond to every alarm. City may require details regarding staffing and deployment of security. City may require private security to monitor the buildings and parking areas based on the specific facts and circumstances associated with the site. The proposed ordinance requires all shopping centers, new and existing, larger than 2 acres, regardless of how many parcels or property owners are involved, to submit a security plan. If property owners cannot come to an agreement on the security plan, then each property owner in the contiguous shopping center, regardless of the size of the parcel, shall submit a security plan. The benefit of the ordinance is to provide a safe shopping and living experience in the city. Security guards help to provide a sense of security, and they help to deter crime. The role of security guards is not to replace police, but instead to be partners with the city, improving the quality of life for Moreno Valley residents. Security guards observe and report incidents and provide more detailed information when police arrive, consequently reducing the time of officers are on site for better utilization of resources elsewhere. Therefore, staff recommends that the City Council adopt the proposed ordinance requiring security plans for all existing commercial centers exceeding 2 acres in size. And this concludes my report. I'm available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director. Appreciate that. So we'll go ahead and bring it back to the dais for council questions of staff. And I do have several questions for probably a couple of different departments. First, just wanted to get a better understanding, maybe some additional context, some background. I know that, as has been mentioned, we currently require essentially the same thing that's on our agenda for new construction. This is going to make it basically retroactive and applicable to existing properties. I want to understand what was the reasoning or rationale behind setting the requirement at 2 acres and 50 or more units. Why those specific numbers?
Thank you, Mayor. So when the original ordinance was first passed, those were the types of developments that we were seeing in the city, the larger multifamily developments. And again, it was determined at the time that requiring the smaller residential developments, multifamily developments, less than 50 units, it was going to hinder the possibly those housing developments. In terms of the larger 2 acres for the shopping centers, Again, it was those larger shopping centers that have multi-tenants typically tend to pay into a common area maintenance fee that helps pay for the security. So the smaller shopping centers, again, being likely singular tenant use, again, might have been a hindrance to those occupants.
Thank you. And do we have any data on crime rates, for example, any kind of assessment looking at within the city of Moreno Valley, looking at any of these shopping centers that are 2 acres or larger or 50 units or larger for these multifamily projects? Do we have any data, any metrics on crime rates for those particular properties?
Not within community development. I could say that anecdotally, the staff in community development, such as community enhancement, does have a good relationship with some of the larger shopping centers that do have security protocols. But I don't have other data from community development or specific data in terms of metrics.
Okay, thank you. I always like to ask, Mr.
Yeah,
City Manager.
Honorable Mayor, one thing that in talking with the Community Enhancement Division Manager, Robert Alvarez, that relationship that Community Development Director just stated, it basically is about efficiency. So their on-site security parameters and security patrol can identify what the issue is, whether they're dealing with mental health, homelessness, addiction, whatever it is. And they then can contact the right partners that the city partners with through community enhancement. And that has alleviated a lot of necessary calls from public safety because RUHS, Mobile Crisis Team, might be going out, or they're sending CBAT officers as opposed to just a normal 911 call. So that is the type of relationship, and those are the types of things that Robert Alvarez, the division manager, is noticing.
Got it. And in looking at the staff report, I don't see a map or an assessment of the actual properties. Is that something that could be shared with us in the future, similar to what we've done before, for example, with our cannabis ordinance years ago, where we had a visual representation of which properties fall within that particular zone? And I'm assuming, or is staff going to have to, you're going to have to go through every property and measure how large the property is and determine which properties fall under this requirement?
Yes, thank you. Staff has already done that. So we've identified 107 shopping centers that we will be reaching out to gain compliance. They do have 270 days or about 9 months to come into compliance. So absolutely, we will start with the outreach and the education.
107 shopping centers. Thank you. That's good to know. Another question, I'm not sure if this is for legal or for PD, just for our knowledge and for the public's education, because part of this ordinance is to require these property owners to have on-site security. They're not police officers, as has already been said. So just again, for our education, where does security guards' authority end? Like what powers do they actually have? They can't, I don't think they can arrest people, but can they detain people, or does their authority stop at asking someone to voluntarily leave the property, and if they refuse? And I'm not sure if that's for legal counsel or for PD.
And just to clarify, though, first before I pass it over to the chief, just want to mention that we require a security plan. So we're not requiring security guards. That will depend on the development and the plan that is submitted.
Okay. Thank you. And let's see.
So, sir, Ms. Mayor, just to answer your previous question, the security guard has the same rights as a private citizen.
Got it. Thank you. And then on the back side or the back end of this, if this is going to be an ordinance that we're going to adopt and implement in the city, what are the penalties or consequences, say, if a property owner does not submit a security plan within the 200 or so days? If they refuse to do that, what are the legal consequences, penalties that they will have to face?
Our default provision for violating our municipal code is a misdemeanor. However, we have other remedies available, such as issuing a notice of public nuisance, which is basically any situation where there's a violation of our municipal code. In this case, it would be a violation of our security plan ordinance. We would also have remedies available in regards to modifying, suspending, or revoking entitlements, such as our permits that permit the particular type of use. So we have a variety of remedies available, and most of those remedies come along with fines as well.
Got it. That's all the questions that I have. It looks like there's other questions. Councilmember Gonzalez.
I have one or two questions. Is there enough staffing to review all these security plans in place? Will it be staggered, or just want to make sure that we have that?
Yes, I thank you, Councilmember Gonzalez. Yes, and I think considering the time frame, the 270 days, absolutely gives us sufficient time with the staff that we have to review those plans.
Okay. And then I noticed in the document, and maybe what part of the document, that staff does have authority to require private security on some of these. And how is that? Because it says something about based on the fact and circumstances. That's kind of subjective, or is there some more objective metrics?
It'll depend on some factors based on, the area, the zoning for the area, the type of shopping center, the type of probably the businesses that will be located at the center, the size, if it's a much larger, those are the factors that we'll be considering.
Thank you.
Councilmember Delgado.
So we've talked about security guards and police and how it's going to affect that. What about fire? Chief Parks, do you find that security guards on site, and I know that it's not a given that it's going to be a security guard, but if that's part of their security plan and that comes about, do you find it beneficial for from a fire perspective that they are on site?
Yeah, we do. We certainly do, because the more reliable the witness, the more reliable the caller to the call takers at the 911 dispatch, the better the reporting, the better it is for when we're responding in. And also, people who have a better knowledge of a facility can lead us right to hydrants. They can lead us to alarm panels. They know the addresses. Some facilities don't do a very good job at posting their addresses or having a key available. So having somebody that has some good knowledge, that's assuming that person does have that type of knowledge, but often the security guard has a pretty good knowledge of the area. They've been there, they patrol it. And so if there's a fire, they can lead us in. So sometimes there might be a fire in a back alley, right? Trash can or dumpster fire, and they can be pointing and waving in. So I think we would echo the police chief on the same type of information. It's more public safety as in fire department, less about crime, but it's a similar kind of a benefit that we would see in the fire department. Thank you, Chief. Mm-hmm. Any further questions?
Mayor Pro Tem?
Last time when we talked about bringing this, we talked about notifications, and I asked that the businesses that may be affected be notified. I'm looking here at the staff report, and the notification says that the public hearing notice was published in the Press Enterprise newspaper on April 4th. I read the Press Enterprise. I don't actually buy the papers. I didn't see it. I tried searching for it now. I don't see it. It also says that the staff report has been posted on the city's website. But if we didn't contact these 107 businesses, how are they to know that something like this is coming forward and give them a chance to come and speak on how it may affect them or what they're already doing to, or even support this? How are we notifying the businesses?
As I stated, we would look into it when you had mentioned that, but I have to be very careful, because once I take a certain population and I handle them different from other populations, now I've potentially opened ourselves up to having to do that for every single development and decision, and it becomes too administratively burdened and costly. And so therefore, that is why staff didn't contact these individuals, because I would have been treating them different than any other development and or decision that this body has made.
You notified everybody when we were going to raise the sales tax. You're notifying everybody of these 107 businesses. You've identified them and said you will be notifying them of the change.
If approved.
If approved. We didn't want to hear from them before approving this.
When talking to the city attorney, it is, I have to develop a risk matrix, and we have less liability if we do not contact this particular group, because we will not be contacting any other group in the future. So I have to take a look at what is the cost benefit, and at this point, I didn't want to treat any one group differently than the other.
Yeah, when the city manager discussed it with me, my response is that it's basically boils down to an equal protection issue, meaning that we have to treat everyone the same. So if we provided advance notice of this particular ordinance, we would have to do the same for other similar type ordinances that apply to particular types of businesses.
Well, I think it would be a blanket notification of anybody who would be affected, would be notifying everybody that's affected.
The other thing that we looked at is what is the California state statute, and we are applying based on that statute. And so therefore, as long as we are a subdivision of the state, we follow their state code, unless otherwise policies, procedures, or municipal codes are deemed different by this body.
That's the minimum we can do. We can do more. And if we're supposed to be business friendly and, you know, looking to our businesses, trying to keep them in business, we offer, you know, services to the Burke. We focus mainly on our businesses and we want them to be successful. But we're bringing in costs to them without hearing from them.
I have to take a look at the administrative burden on staff, as well as the potential cost and what it would cost our city in the future. I have a fiduciary responsibility to the residents, and I do not see that this cost can be borne. And I would be coming back to this particular body as to what programs and services you would not want to do in the future.
You already have the 107 businesses identified. You're going to email them if this gets approved, so you have the emails. Are we paying per email sent out on our server? Or what's the cost?
Again, I am going off of the advice of city attorney. Your city attorney is also telling you that we have to ensure that we deem all populations of developers and businesses the same, and staff is actually recommending this particular item for consideration.
Thank you for your comments. That concludes my questions.
Stephen, can you provide an example of where this might be similar to other ones where we didn't notify a sector or a group within Moreno Valley, so we can maybe have something to look at?
So there's a general principle of law, and it's actually in the United States Constitution that deals with the issue of equal protection. And basically that clause just provides that we have to treat all groups of people similarly. So if we decide to notify a particular group of people or a group of businesses with respect to a ordinance such as this, then if we have another ordinance that applies to a particular group of businesses, then we are compelled to provide the same type of notice that we provided to the first group. So essentially, the Constitution just provides that we have to, particularly with respect to property rights, we have to treat all groups of people the same.
But this is a public hearing, though.
That's correct, yeah.
So shouldn't they be part of the public that hears it?
And based on state law, we have followed the required noticing of public hearing for ordinances, as we have done on every ordinance since this body has been in existence.
And yeah, if it's a public hearing that deals specifically with a particular piece of property or a particular project, then we are required to provide notice to those particular property owners. But because this is a legislative policy, because it's a legislative policy, then the notice requirements are different, meaning that we have to provide notice via a newspaper or general circulation, which happens to be the Press Enterprise. And that's how we advertise this particular, or provided notice for this particular public hearing.
And that is because the Press Enterprise is adjudicated. We couldn't put it in a local city news newspaper. It has to be an adjudicated publication.
And just a follow-up on the equal protection argument that was brought up, I kind of will go back to, excuse me, the question I had a few moments ago about how the requirement within this proposed ordinance for 2 acres or larger and 50 units or larger for multifamily. Can't that argument be made that we're treating any commercial centers below 2 acres or multifamily developments under 50 acres differently from those that are larger than that? And that's kind of why I asked that question, because I think an argument could be made that we're treating those 2 groups completely differently. We're putting higher standards on one group and not requiring it for the other group. We're treating them differently.
In this particular case, what we're using is, actually we're using an objective standard, 50 units or more, is it 50 units or more? Or 2 acres or more. So those standards are objective, they're black and white. It's my understanding too that those particular parameters are used based on public safety concerns and issues.
And is there, just to follow up on Mayor Pro Tem's questions, and I think she might have a follow-up question as well. I understand City Manager mentioned that we follow the state code, which the minimum is to post it in publicly available platform. In this case, it's the Press Enterprise. But is there anything actually stopping us from posting it on the city's social media pages or doing a press release or something? Is there anything inhibiting us? That's not very administratively heavy. It's I think pretty easy to do, because I also share some of those concerns about are they even aware that we're talking about this right now, and this is going to be a burden on them financially or otherwise.
Before I answer that, is there anything that the councilwoman who motioned this item would like to say before we get into too far of debate?
And we're in questions at the moment.
Yes.
Just a friendly reminder.
We're in questions. So, because I am leaning to what they say, because the business community does need to have a say-so in this, but I also think I come from a little different of an aspect. I understand what everyone's arguing about equal protection and what distinguishes this is from that, but also we were requiring it for new developments, right? This is retroactively applying it for developments that were here previously. So the argument can also be made, if you were to ask me, that why were the new developments getting it, but the previous developments weren't either. We weren't blanketing it across everything. So part of me looks at it when the original ordinance came up, it should have been a general ordinance that applied to everybody. And so to me, and I know we're still in questions, this is more also of a cleanup of trying to get everything to the same standard. And it's looking more like we need to clean it up and we need to get everything to the same standard. Because if I were a newer development that it came through and I had something like this happen to me, but I went to an older development they didn't have, I'd be like, well, what's the difference between me and them? Oh, they were here before I was. That was the only thing. So it should have been grandfathered in and it should have been blanketed. So this is now us trying to clean it up. And also the concerns that have continually come up regarding safety, regarding, and this is from business owners, also leasees, regarding safety, regarding dealing with crime or homelessness, and just trying to provide some type of standard where we can say, we know how long it takes the sheriffs to get out there because they have more priority calls. And this is another level of safety that we're trying to implement at some of the older facilities where we're getting a lot of these calls. Yes. So the question I have for Captain Mack is, Captain Mack, would an ordinance like this be helpful to your officers who are frequently getting calls about transients or other things that are happening out at these shopping centers?
Yes, I believe it would.
And I'm all for this ordinance. I think it's great. I think that, we should have done it right the first time when we added the ordinance. It should have been across all businesses with some leeway for them to start bringing it up. But we didn't notify people. How do we fix that? Like, if it's burdensome to do the 107 emails, I can do the 107 emails. But we need to let people know that we plan on doing this. It's a bad look for us to say, hey, by the way, and we just changed the game when, a lot of small businesses are struggling, and another expense, may not be something that it could be the last straw.
And since we're still on questions for staff, just one other question that came up to follow up on Councilmember Bernard, probably for Chief Mack. Has there been any kind of assessment, and I'll go into more detail on deliberation, but has there been any kind of assessment or study on potential impact on calls for service if this ordinance were to be put in place, and if there are security guards at some of these shopping centers, what effect, positive or negative, that would have in calls for service to PD and to the fire department?
Well, no, there's been no studies on how it would affect us for calls for service because it hasn't been implemented yet. I can say that when we have areas with security guards for some of the reasons that we've already discussed, first of all, like I said, they basically retain the same rights as a private citizen. However, you get that elevated level of observation and reporting and knowledge of the area that is able to be articulated to our dispatchers or even us when we get there to get a faster response, just because we know exactly what we're responding to, and also to get the right resources there appropriately. So I think that those are the benefits of having it. So for those reasons, it definitely would be a factor in determining if it was going to benefit or not. But as far as how it will affect the calls for service, I can't say for sure, obviously, but generally speaking, when there is somebody that is on site during business hours or even 24 hours a day, whatever the requirement would be, people typically have that first level of enforcement, which is the deterrence. And so that becomes a factor.
Thank you, Chief.
I would echo that, what Chief Mack said, just in a non-criminal way for the fire department. I mean, you could have more calls because somebody's there to make the call, but also as a deterrence, it may lessen calls as well. We don't have the data on that.
Thank you.
One more question. You've identified 107. How many, and I don't know if this was done, how many already have these security plans and whatnot, the newer developments? Is it more than 107? Is it less? Ballpark, so we can know kind of the impacts, more or less?
Given the length that this ordinance has been in place, there have only been a couple of developments that have actually been fully developed, in which this has been implemented within them. So that number is actually still fairly small, just because of how long development takes to occur from the time that this ordinance was passed to today.
So it's a minority, pretty much, the one.
It is a minority, yes.
Got it.
The other thing that I would also just want to note and just kind of clarify is a lot of our local shopping centers are already doing the things that we're talking about right now. So really a lot of these centers are going to just be submitting the documentation to us, stating to us that this is what I'm doing. And what they're going to get is they're going to get recommendations from the city of, hey, maybe the cameras where you have them placed, maybe you'd be a little bit better if we move them over here, do that. We have those programs available to our businesses already today, and this actually will help those who are protecting themselves actually get better information, because they may not be aware of those programs.
And then another question that came up, to follow up on that. When the motion was originally made several meetings ago, probably several months ago now, the driving force behind this was security guards, and now we have a full-fledged security plan, which I also, ultimately the intention is good. The goal is to make the community safer, and I agree with that, right? But you mentioned that a lot of our existing commercial centers already have some of this. What I do see very often is, for example, like a Securitas, just to use them as an example, where they'll drive up in their car, right? It's all decaled and with the company name and everything, and then they'll scan on a business, right? Like a bank or something, and then they go to the next shopping center. That's very different from having boots on the ground, a security guard actually patrolling the shopping center. So is there any kind of clarification on if staff requires on-site security guards, what are we going to ask for? Is it going to be the Securitas, or is it going to be boots on the ground security guard at the property?
So again, the ordinance does not mandate a security guard. One of the key things that I would note is that when we're reviewing these security plans, we're going to be working directly with RSO to make sure that we get their recommendations. They're ultimately, at the end of the day, the experts, as our fire. So it's not going to be something that community development's going to be doing within its own vacuum. They're going to be relying on the expertise of RSO to make sure that these plans are appropriately implemented and done. We've been doing this for many, many years when it has come to our cannabis ordinances, where we have been working together on these reviews with them for security plans. Now, so that is already actually an established process between the two departments to work together.
And Mayor, just to add, RSO currently offers to our businesses a safety security review. And so if a business does seek that, they would actually go take a look at their site and give them tips and tricks as to what would be best in order to additionally secure their properties. As part of this, and like Sean was mentioning, this would automatically include that, and to ensure that the businesses are as safe as possible.
Okay, are there any other questions? I know we pestered staff with questions, but this is an important item. Any other questions before we open public testimony? Okay. Seeing no further questions for staff, we'll go ahead and move into public testimony. We will open that at this point. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak on this item?
Yes, Mayor, we have one speaker, Fred Buñuelos.
Well, hello, you guys. I want to let everybody know that I'm fully supporting this, especially in my area, Iris and LaSalle. If you do something special for people, you're going to have to do it special for me to let me know what's going on. If they're going by the law, that's the way it is, as far as notifying people. As far as calls for service, I think there'll be less calls of service because you won't have me calling anymore on a non-emergency number. I would like security to be not, observe and report, but as far as loitering is, I would like them to have the power just to go up and voluntarily say, hey, you need to leave. And if they don't leave, then that's when they're going to call law enforcement. I think it shows that people care when you see these big, tall cameras with blue lights on them, like in Home Depot, Walmart, the drugstores. When you have this super majority that are doing things, to me, it shows somebody's caring to try to do something. My wife needs to feel safe to be able to go to Iris and LaSalle. She doesn't. We're going other places to shop. Years ago, when my stepson worked at one of the restaurants there, she was telling about homeless coming over and knocking on the window, and I didn't do anything. And now she's holding me to it. My wife is telling me, you need to do something. And I'm so glad that this is, is going to be an ordinance. We need to try something different. What we're doing now is not working. As far as cost, yeah, there's going to be a cost, but if we're not shopping there, you're going to lose your business. You're going to go down under. I talked to some of the business owners. They're concerned with theft, and I think it'd be a great deterrent to have a full-time security guard there that, you know, will observe and report on some of the other stuff, but this is a public safety concern. It's related to theft, loitering, assaults, and other crimes. My wife needs to feel safe there. And if she doesn't, we're going to continue to go shop somewhere else. I get that you're wanting to tell these businesses. I'm sure they know. Somebody's telling them something. There's, you know, little birdie's telling them something. I get where you're trying to let them know, but you better go by the same laws that, you know, when I'm informed, I look things up. Sometimes there's things that I don't know, especially the ad hoc committee, and I didn't know what was going on. They need to be informed. If they're going to be operating in this city, they need to know what the hell's going on. Simple as that. And we need to do something. Again, in the supermajority, what's going on? My wife needs to feel safe. I've been calling non-emergency number for 2 years. It's getting better. I don't want it to go back. I'm in support of this. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Christopher Baca.
This sounds like something that should have been done a long time ago, but on the other hand, I think maybe it should be thought out where you can have some type of collective private security, like for several small shopping centers, rather than having each one of them have their own. Because as it was mentioned, some of them, you know, that's the breaking point, that they just can't afford that. They're, you know, but on the other hand, this is also maybe a little bit on the privatization of law enforcement, and that may be something else that you may be considering, that maybe we can privatize or form something local for our city rather than having, you know, LA Sheriff. You know, I really don't understand what the big controversy is for Moreno Valley to have their own police department rather than being at the big giant collective of, you know, Riverside County, which is, you know, if it was a state, it would be number 17 in size, and in population, I believe it would be number 27. And we have one police department. So while I think Corona may have their own in Temecula, but regardless, I don't see why feathers are so ruffled when that theme is brought up. I think there should be some type of looking into, whereas if we did form our own police department, wouldn't that take the burden from the sheriff's department? You know, it is one of the biggest city and it should have its own police department, but, you know, like I said, the feathers are ruffled whenever that's brought up. You know, I don't understand why it's so controversial, because you would lose a big chunk of area and one of the biggest populations that you serve that you won't need to serve anymore. So you don't need the funding. Also, the personnel, they probably would be brought into this police department at a higher rate. And to tell you the truth, the point to it is the corruption, you know, with RSA and special interests taking money to harass people, particularly me. When they thought I was going to run for office, they harassed me. They, you know, there's other people that have come up with the nonsense that's going on with the sheriff. So I understand. I think we need local control. I think enough is enough. Thank you.
Mayor, that concludes all public testimony on this item.
Thank you very much. And at this time, we will go ahead and close the public testimony, which brings us back to the dais for council deliberation and a motion and a second if desired. And just a couple of comments. I think some of my colleagues have comments as well. So again, want to preface the rest of my comments by saying that I 100% agree that we need to do more to make our city safer, to increase public security, public safety here in our community. Our shopping centers, unfortunately, are at the forefront of a lot of the problems whether that's homelessness, encampments, loitering, panhandling, stealing, theft, smash and grabs. I can go on and on and on. We all see it every single day on the news, or we have lived experience with it. So we certainly need to take additional steps to address crime in our city. And I think that this is trying to address that goal, is trying to chip away at that problem. So I just want to preface the rest of my comments by starting with that. If this ordinance or an ordinance similar to this is passed, I would prefer that we are more clear in the criteria on what is required to have on-site security. It doesn't sound like it's very clear. It does sound like it's pretty subjective and up to staff to determine who is going to be required to have on-site security. And furthermore, would prefer to see boots on the ground, security guards on the property patrolling, whether that is during business hours or 24/7, as opposed to simply requiring security guards to just observe, that just drive their car, they're there for 5, 10, 15 minutes, and then they drive to the next shopping center. That doesn't really do anything. We need to have boots on the ground, in my opinion. So that's something that I would prefer to see in an ordinance. Also, another one of the concerns is that with anything, I always think about potential unintended consequences. And one of the unintended consequences that could possibly come out from this is essentially pushing the problem out toward public rights of way. So we're pushing the problem out of shopping centers, but where are they going to go? If between the time that they call PD or fire and the deputy responds, because they're out responding to priority 1, priority 2 calls, between the time they respond and the time the call went in, what's going to happen between that time? And if a homeless person or a loiterer or someone who's having a mental health crisis does move off the property, where are they going to go? Are they going to go to the sidewalks? Are they going to go to the intersections? Are they going to go to our local parks where kids and families are? I just want to make sure that we are aware of those potential consequences so that we, in this ordinance, tidy any of those loose ends up and make sure that we address that to prevent those potential issues from coming up in the future. Also, I think it would be helpful if we had some data, if we could see, some kind of assessment or a study to look at the shopping centers that are in the city of Moreno Valley. What are the crime rates? How has the trend changed over time? Right now, we're just going off of anecdotal evidence, what we are seeing, our experience, the professionals' experience, which 100% we should rely on. But I think we also need to have some data to back up the decisions that we're making. It'll just help that much more. And a separate conversation, but similar to this, I think, something like requiring fencing on vacant lots around the city to try to mitigate homelessness and encampments on vacant lots around the city. Maybe that's a separate conversation we can have, but that's all the comments that I have, and I'll turn it over to my colleagues. So, Councilmember Delgado.
I think this is a great idea. This is really, actually, it's fantastic for both fire, police, and our businesses. The only thing I would say, if we can just, Elena brought up a great point, as far as a public hearing, some of those folks could have come and said, hey, this is going to affect I get it. I know that it can't be done, but it would have been, I guess, business friendly if we would have done that. And I guess we can't. That's the only thing I would say on that. The mayor brings up some valid points, but I do believe that we have that issue right now. If Mr. Ben Willis goes down there and he calls PD, they're coming. What do they do with him now? So it's just a matter of efficiency, deterrence, and then when they do arrive, there's someone on scene. Now, it's a plan. It's a safety plan. It's not, again, we're not going to require a security guard, but that could be part of it, right? That could be part of it. So I think any camera system is better than no camera system, and an enhanced camera system is better than a minor one or just to get by one. So I like the idea of this. I like where we're going. I don't know if it could be tightened up now, or if it's something that we can flex after, or I don't know. But this is we've been talking about this for a while, so I don't know why it's come to all these questions here. However, I think it's a great plan. I think it's a great start. Like my colleague said, it's a great start on making our residents safer. So Mrs. Ben Willis can go shopping without the fear of something happening to her. And it's our responsibility to provide that for her.
Councilmember Gonzalez.
I think, yeah, if we could somehow tighten it up, and also the data on the centers that already have this, that's per ordinance, what's been the impact on them on having the security plan, having or some that already have the security on site. So again, it's all about, at the end of the day, it's all about time, staff resources to gather this information and make it even a tighter ordinance, in my opinion.
Is there any further council deliberation? Any other comments?
The only comment that I have is this ordinance is just a start. One start that I had was to tighten it up because we only had everyone that was newer dealing with this and applying this to it. So when we're cleaning up ordinances, I think we always have to remember, if we're not going to grandfather and we're not going to retroactively, we have to go back through and clean that up. As far as them being required to have security, there's a number of ways I can go on that. But the conversation I remember having was being told, not by city staff, when I brought it to another member of this council, that cost prohibitive and they would be nervous about how the businesses would react to having that requirement written in there. So I'm going with this to work ourselves to that. So I'm glad to see that today, the attitude about having a security guard having to be there has changed, and we're no longer worrying about it being cost prohibitive. And with that, I'm just going to go ahead and call for the vote and just say I am making a motion to approve this ordinance as written by city staff moving forward, and looking for a second.
So just to confirm, City Attorney, that this is a living document. So, and say what Councilmember Bernard just talked about is making tweaks or making changes along the way when we determine things can get better with it. Is that possible? If this ordinance passes tonight, can we kind of, it's a living document. It's something that
Yes, you can amend it.
Thank you. I'll second it.
Okay. If there's no further deliberation, there is a motion and a second on the floor. Madam Clerk, please call for the vote.
Councilmember Bernard?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember Delgado?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Baca Santa Cruz?
No.
And Mayor Cabrera?
Yes. That motion carries with 4 yeses, 1 no. And yeah, we'll take a quick 5-minute recess. Welcome back to our city council meeting. We will go ahead and pick up where we left off, and we are now at item J5, annual AB 2561 staffing vacancies report. And we'll turn it over to Dr. Cardenas from Human Resources for a staff report.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council, and staff. My name is Robert Cardenas, and I serve as the Human Resources Director for the City of Moreno Valley. The item before you is comprised of two parts. The first part is a public hearing, as required by AB 2561, regarding staffing vacancies, and that occurred during calendar year 2024. Now, the next part is the adoption of a resolution to comply with Government Code Section 3502.3. Now, let's start with what is AB 2561? Well, effective January 1st, 2025, the AB mandates public agencies to conduct a public hearing each fiscal year prior to budget adoption. Now, the purpose of the public hearing is to report the status of job vacancies as well as recruitment and retention efforts. But why? It's to increase transparency and allow employee organizations and the public to participate in the discussions. The push behind AB 2561 is a result of local government challenges happening around the state. Now, this includes widespread job vacancies, which impacts service delivery, employee workloads, burnout, and eventually turnover. As a point of reference, in calendar year 2024, the City of Moreno Valley was budgeted for 402 full-time employees. During this time, 54 full-time employees separated from employment, while 46 full-time employees were hired. Now, a vacancy rate of 20% or higher is viewed negatively. Organizations with a vacancy rate over 20% must report additional information. I am pleased to report that the City of Moreno Valley is well below the 20% mark with our 3 bargaining units. In calendar year 2024, the Moreno Valley City Employees Association had a 2.1% vacancy rate. The Moreno Valley Management Association had an 8.2 vacancy rate, and the Moreno Valley Confidential Management Employees had a 4.8 vacancy rate. AB also requires us to report some of our recruitment efforts. Some of our recruitment efforts, among others, includes we've adopted a recruitment framework. We use NeoGov online platform to manage and attract applicants. We leverage LinkedIn to market and attract applicants to the city's job postings. We implemented a new onboarding process. We created a mentorship program to support employee development and career growth. We developed a benefit summary program to educate prospective employees on the city's offerings. We implemented lunch and learn sessions to engage employees in professional development. And we expanded leadership training initiatives to build internal talent pipelines. Some of our retention efforts, among others, include we established a robust onboarding program. We provide continuing education and training opportunities. We expanded our mentorship programs. We enhanced our employee wellness program. We offer tuition reimbursement programs to support employee career development. We recognize employee contributions through employee appreciation events and award programs, and we implement flexible work arrangements where feasible to improve work-life balance. Now, that concludes the vacancy report part as required by AB 2561. As such, staff recommends the city adopt the resolution to comply with Government Code Section 35023. More specifically, the proposed resolution adopts the administrative policy titled Reporting on Staff Vacancies and the city's recruitment and retention efforts. This policy establishes the framework and requirements for holding public hearings and reporting on the city's workforce vacancies and recruitment and retention efforts in compliance with AB 2561. That concludes my report. I'm available to answer questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cardenas. I always want to say Cardenas. I throw a little bit of Spanish accent in there, but it just rolls off the tongue.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for that staff report. At this time, we'll go ahead and move into questions of staff. Are there any questions from the dais? Seeing none, we will go ahead and move into public testimony. I'll go ahead and open the public testimony portion at this time. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
Yes, Mayor. We have one speaker, Angel Orellana.
It's twice in one night, huh? Well, I just wanted to say thanks for the transparency of pretty much of the new AB 2561. I have been in communications with Robert and the HR team regarding pretty much this report, which is fantastic. And it pretty much just touching back on some of the stuff that he said regarding the new programs that the new HR department has brought in as a mentor. The mentorship program, I think it's amazing. I'm actually one of the mentors. I do have a mentee, and I think it's great. I talk to him regularly. We go to lunch often, and it's just it's just different programs to keep the retention here instead of costing the city money to continue to recruit people, and continue to work together, right, as a union in the city to try to continue that, make sure that wages are still continue to go up as long as the benefits, so we can continue to retain as many people here, and hopefully people stay here for a long time. Appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Mayor, that concludes all public testimony on this item.
Thank you very much. So we'll go ahead and close the public testimony portion and bring it back to the dais for council deliberation and a motion and a second. Just one or two quick comments on this one. Also to reiterate what Angel said just a moment ago, really appreciate, obviously this is a state requirement, but increasing the transparency in this sense and making it more accessible so that the public could see, numbers, see the data, and just speaks to how well run the machine is here, right? Where we don't have a lot of turnover and we make sure to run a tight but efficient ship. And then the second thing also, I've mentioned this to staff before, but while a lot of these cuts across the federal government, primarily federal agencies, layoffs and things like that are happening, while they're unfortunate, that could create an opportunity for the city of Moreno Valley to try and recruit possibly some of these career dedicated public servants that have worked for decades in the federal government and all these different agencies. Might create an opportunity for the city to recruit some of these folks that may be looking for a job and could bring valuable experience and relationships to the city of Moreno Valley. So that's all the comments that I have on this item. Any of my colleagues, Mayor Pro Tem?
First, I just want to say thank you so much for bringing this report and for the transparency that is evident in you being able to get the union president out here to say so. I really am happy to see that the lowest vacancy rate is along the classified staff. Everybody knows that, too many managers is not a good thing. So if we're going to make cuts anywhere, it should be through management. And to only have a 2% vacancy rate in the classified employee ranks is something to be proud of. The retention is great, as we're a large city and we provide a lot of services, but one of the services that we need to always remember that we're an employer. So I want to hear that our employees are well taken care of, that people want to work. I want to be able to attract the best employees because we are the best employers. So being able to, witness that today with all the MOUs that came with the low vacancy rates, because, vacancy rates really affect your workload and your job satisfaction. If you're able to do your job because of vacancies. So to see it so low and to have the union here backing you up, that really shows a lot. So thank you for this report.
Is there any further deliberation from the dais? Seeing none, I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve staff's recommendations. Seeking a second.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call for the vote.
Councilmember Bernard?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember Delgado?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bacasena Cruz?
Yes.
And Mayor Cabrera?
Yes. And that motion carries unanimously. Next up, K, general business. We have K1, Environmental and Historical Preservation Commission, City Flag Design Competition Program Parameters and Timeline Update. And we will turn it over again to the Community Development Department for a staff report.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Again, Angelica Frausto-Lupo. This item is an update from the Environmental and Historical Preservation Commission regarding the flag design parameters. On December 3rd, 2024, the City Council approved the EHPC to proceed with developing a new city flag design competition. Subsequently, City Council directed the Commission to bring back program parameters for review and approval. I do have with me this evening Vice Chair Nathan Urena, who will go through the parameters and talk a little bit about the timeline for you.
Good evening, Vice Chair, Commissioner. Good to see you again.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Honorable City Council, staff, and ladies and gentlemen. I'm here to provide an update and answer any possible questions on the Environmental and Historical Preservation Commission's work on the flag design parameters. Before you, I believe you have a copy of the parameters. So the general understanding of the parameters was to create a basic guideline of how this competition would develop. My immediate predecessor, Vice Chair Mendez, came before you in December to announce that the commission had moved forward for this possible competition. And we received feedback, believe from Councilman Delgado, stating that this competition should be apolitical. And as you can see within the parameters, we have made it as such. This is just going to be a competition designed to show off the creative and artistic talents of the citizens of Moreno Valley. So, but I have a couple of examples for you, for the commission and for members of the public. So, in 2005, this was the adopted flag of Moreno Valley, very simple, generalized. And back in, I believe, 1985, there was a original flag design. So if this parameter were to go forward, this would be the third rendition of the flag. But as we all know, a lot has changed in 20 years. The city has grown, become more diverse, and the overall general view of creativity has exploded within the city. So the city motto is, "Where dreams soar." That's the city motto we adopted several years back. So I ask everybody, what is a flag? What does a flag symbolize? Mayor Pro Tem and Councilman Delgado, behind you is the American flag. Councilman Gonzalez, Councilwoman Bernard, behind you is the California flag. Both symbolize a nation and a state and a people, proud of their land, proud of their culture, proud of their heritage. The cities around us, to include Paris and Riverside, have adopted new ideas of their flags to show off the pride of their city. So with the commission's work and the overall parameters that we have set forth to be as open to creativity as possible for all residents, to include students, as well as those residents who remember the city prior to its incorporation, to allow them to express their general view of how Moreno Valley is. Because with a flag, we'll be able to recognize wherever we are in the state or in the country, that's my city. I'm proud of it. This is my home. So it is with great pride that I share with you that the Environmental and Historical Preservation Commission strongly recommends your approval of these parameters. And I am here for any questions or clarification.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Urena. Appreciate that, and we'll bring it back to the dais for questions for the Vice Chair or for staff. And yeah, I'll save the rest of my thank you for the deliberation. Really excited that this is back. One question for you. I'm looking at the various bullet points on the staff report under program details, and one of them describes the various educational organizations and institutions. So you list here Moreno Valley Charter Schools, Moreno Valley Unified School District, Val Verde Unified School District or Moreno Valley College students. It does say resident students may be from all of those that I just listed. So does that mean that students at UCR or CSUSB or any other, educational institutions, could they also submit applications for this?
Yes, Mayor. So all students are encouraged to participate in the redesign competition. We just moved towards the youth and the younger individuals due to their creativity. As we all know, the youth and young children have such a broad image of creativity. Of course, everyone is welcome to participate in this competition so long as they are a resident of the city. But we did add in those specifics to encourage K through 12 as well as the community college to participate.
Do they have to be residents of Moreno Valley?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The thinking for that would be, as one of my commissioners has said, why would a man from LA design Moreno Valley's flag? Yeah.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions from the dais?
So, are you asking us to choose the timeframe and contest outcome? The fourth bullet says that the city council would determine the redesigned flag shall be unveiled. Recommended dates. Are you looking for us to choose those dates now, or is this at a later date?
I will defer that to staff.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Baca Santa Cruz. So these were just dates that the commission provided as an example for the unveiling, but the council is not being asked to make that determination now.
So who will make that determination? Because it says approve the proposed program parameters, but some of them are not decided yet. Like, for example, that the dates of so who will set that if we approve this?
The idea is for the program parameters to be approved tonight, and the top 3 designs will come back to the city council. At that point, then you can decide for when to do the unveiling.
Perfect. That's exactly the information I was looking for. Thank you so much.
Of course.
So talking about the time frame as well, under timeframe and contest outcome, first bullet point says that the submission period would be open for 60 days at a minimum. If there's not sufficient applications or submittals, it could be extended by the commission for additional 30-day increments. So it's possible that there could be more than one 30-day extension. Hopefully that's not the case. I've had a lot of people asking about, public art programs for kids and all that. So I'm sure you'll get a lot of submissions. But if 60 days is the case, then realistically that would push us to May, June, and then we go to summer recess. So realistically, could this come back to the council prior to summer recess, or is it more likely that it would be sometime in the fall?
Realistically, I think what we're hearing is to ensure that you have enough participants, one from each of the districts as well. I think it might be best if maybe this body identify when it should be unveiled. Is it June or December? With that, I think as a motion, 1 or 2, you could also provide direction to EHPC. Sorry, it used to be EHPB. EHPC, the unilateral ability to make decisions just to meet a target date that you guys would like to see an unveiling. That might be the best approach.
I really do like that idea to give the EHPC now, no longer a B, that authority, just to give you that flexibility. And maybe I'll just say it now, but in terms of the dates, if I could give a recommendation, this is going to be a big deal, right? And on here, I see Flag Day, which is great, and then the city's birthday, December 3rd, which is great. But maybe looking at July 4th, just because it's the biggest event of the year for the city, the highest attendance, most attention. So I don't know if that's something that was considered by the commission.
Yes, Mayor. So on the bottom, you could also see the recommended dates for unveiling. We put July 4th, as well as the city's namesake, John Brown's birthday of August 23rd. and as well as December 3rd, which would be the 20th anniversary of the previous flag's implementation. So those dates are listed. So once the parameters are approved, we can move forward, and we could come back to, once the 3 flag designs are approved, they would be approved and unveiled at the council's discretion at a date that the council chooses. The EHPC will just be facilitating this contest, and the final date for unveiling would be at the discretion of the council.
Perfect. Are there any further questions for the vice chair? Okay. I don't see any other questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you. Have a great evening.
You as well. And with that, we'll go ahead and move into the public comment portion. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
Mayor, there is no public testimony speakers.
Thank you very much. So with that, we'll go ahead and bring it back to the dais and entertain any deliberation or motion in a second. And just a quick follow-up on that. I think just because of the timing, it's possible that it could come back to June 17th, but that's really pushing it. The window is very small. But I bring that up because if we were able to get that back on our agenda with the 3 recommendations, and then we make a final decision on June 17th, then that could allow us to meet the July 4th date. It lines up. But if we can't meet the June 17th date, then we're going to have to push it to the fall. So just a couple things to think about there. Yeah, it's just pushing it. So it's always better not to rush anything, right? Instead, just be patient and let things play out. So just a couple thoughts there, but thank you so much. This is great. I'm excited to see all the submissions. I'm sure it's gonna be a tough decision, when it comes back to us. So looking forward to it.
Good job, sir, and I like the parameters. You guys did a great job.
Same, Nathan, the commission has been doing a great job. I know you wanted to unveil the contest in December, so I know it's been a long process, but we're here now, and thank you for sticking through it, and please take back to the commission our, gratitude for bringing this forward. I think it's an excellent opportunity for our residents to get involved, and we look forward to seeing the 3 finalists.
I think is there any other comment? Okay.
So-
Seeing no further deliberation,
I will motion to approve the parameters on the city flag design competition being held through the Environmental Historical Preservation Commission as presented.
and I'll second the motion. Okay, there's a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call for the vote.
Yes. Councilmember Bernard,
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez,
Yes.
Councilmember Delgado,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Baca Santa Cruz,
Yes.
and Mayor Cabrera.
Yes, and that motion carries unanimously. Thank you once again, Vice Chair Ureña. Good to see you. Polished, as always, young man. Next up, item L. Yes, item L, Regional Committee, Commission, and Board reports. We do have a few. We have several, actually, this evening. So I'll go to the first on my list here. We have the March Joint Powers Commission, and yeah, that's the only one. So I'll turn it over to Councilmember Delgado.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Tonight I'm providing an update from the March Joint Powers Commission special meeting that was held on Wednesday, April 9th. The commission approved the Commons at Meridian Phase 2 project located at the southwest corner of Van Buren Boulevard and Orange Terrace Parkway. The project includes an automated car wash facility and 2 drive-through restaurants. The commission received an update from the Southern California Air Show from Lieutenant Colonel Sean Ferguson, and the commission also received a briefing on the General Old Golf Course from President of the Golf Course, Michael Donovan. That concludes my updates on the last March Joint Powers Commission meeting that was held on April 9th. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up on the list, I have 2 reports I'll be providing this evening. The first one is for the Riverside County Transportation Commission. And tonight I'm providing updates from the April 9th RCTC meeting held at the Riverside County Board of Supervisors building. The commission awarded a sole source procurement agreement to Replica for the agency-wide transportation data usage in the amount of $772,725. That was approved by the commission. And part of the agreement, part of the approval, the contract allows for member agencies, such as the city of Moreno Valley, to utilize the software, the system, for free or for little cost. So I have already passed that information over to our staff. And in a nutshell, what this Replica company or software does, it provides data to see things like where are people commuting to, to get a visual representation of things like congestion, traffic counts, time of the day when folks are traveling on a certain freeway, or particular lane usage as well, which is really important for determining things like future express lanes, expanding existing freeways, building new connections from one freeway to another. So again, super important, and glad that the commission did that. The commission also heard a presentation on the call box removal project and engaged in extensive discussion. Several commissioners expressed concerns about public safety. Despite strong opposition, the project was ultimately approved. And just a little bit more context on this one, these are the call boxes that we've all probably seen along freeways all around the state and the country. These in particular are obviously only for Riverside County within RCTC jurisdiction. And there were concerns about removing them because some people do still use those call boxes if maybe they run out of gas in a very secluded part of the county, or they don't have cell service for whatever reason. These call boxes are there for emergencies. And while it was a tough decision to end this contract, the ultimate reason why it was ended and passed to cease the contract was because the operator is not taking care of the boxes. They're not responsive, and it's become an issue. So it's not that we're going to completely get rid of them. The commission now is going to explore finding a new operator, possibly going to a new company, because there's still a need for these emergency call boxes. So just a little bit additional context there. And that'll conclude my report on the last Riverside County Transportation Commission meeting. Next up, the Riverside Regional Conservation Authority Board of Directors meeting held on April 7th. And this is a report for fee collection, joint project review status, acquisition status, and monthly investment were received and filed. Staff provided a presentation on state and federal legislative updates. Senate Bill 427 would indefinitely extend state allocations to the Habitat Conservation Fund beyond its 2030 sunset date and ensure the fund continues to receive up to $30 million annually from the state's general fund, less any amount transferred to the Habitat Conservation Fund from specified funds. RCA staff submitted a letter of support for SB 427 to Senator Blake Spear and the Senate Natural Resources and Water Committee on March 31st, ahead of the bill's hearing on April 8th. At the federal level, staff has developed 2 programmatic requests for consideration by members of Congress to increase funding for the Cooperative Endangered Species Conservation Fund, also known as Section 6 grants, from which RCA competes for land acquisition funding. Staff provided a presentation on adopting resolution number 2025-008, resolution of the Board of Directors authorizing the Western Riverside County Regional Conservation Authority entering into a funding agreement with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife and authorizing and designating the executive director for the Silo Hills project. Assessor parcel numbers 465-030-020 and 465-020-031, approximately 74.36 acres in the county of Riverside. Staff provided information on the Legacy Home Rebate Program, which is included in the MSHCP Mitigation Fee Implementation Manual. To date, the program has not been utilized. The pilot program is set to sunset on June 30th, 2025. Staff recommended allowing the program to sunset and not to renew it. The next RCA meeting is scheduled, executive committee meeting is scheduled for May 5th, 2025 at 12:30 at the Riverside County Board of Supervisors chambers. So that'll conclude my 2 reports for this evening. And next up, we'll go to RTA with Councilmember Bernard.
Thank you, Mayor. Tonight I'm providing updates from the RTA Board Administration and Operations Committee meeting held on April 2nd. The committee approved the filing and execution of certifications and insurances for fiscal year 2025, low carbon transit operations program funds to support the Fair Promotions Program. And that concludes my report on the RTA Board Admin Operations Committee meeting.
Next up, we have two reports, one for WRCOG, another for the school district city joint task force, and both of those will be presented by Mayor Pro Tem Baca Santa Cruz.
Thank you. My first report is for the WRCOG Executive Committee meeting held on April 7th. Reports for fiscal department activities, committees, and agency activities, and various external committees were received and filed. Additionally, the Executive Committee discussed the following key items: the CPACE activities update and annual CPACE program bond capacity review, the 2025 General Assembly Community Service Award recipients. There was 5 nominations and all were approved. The individuals and groups that will be honored will be the Eastvale Chamber of Commerce, Riverside Community Health Foundation, and Cultivating Inclusion. The individuals who will be honored will be Susan Bowen and Gloria Sanchez. These honorees will be recognized at the General Assembly event on June 12th, 2025. The next item is the fiscal year 25-26 agency budget. Had 5 focus areas, 2 of which are externally driven and 3 which are internally driven. The draft fiscal year 2025 budget projects revenues of $20 million and expenditures of $19 million. This reflects a 7.1% increase in revenues and a 3.4% increase in expenditures. Finally, the selection of the WRCOG Executive Committee Chair, Vice Chair, and Second Vice Chair positions for fiscal year 25-26 were held. The Executive Committee recommendations will be ratified at the General Assembly. We have selected Brenda Denisette from Western Water as Chair, Jackie Casillas from the City of Corona as Vice Chair, and Mike Laura from the City of Beaumont as our Second Vice Chair for fiscal year 25-26. The next meeting will be May 5th at 2 p.m. at the County Riverside Administrative Center on Lemon Street. The next report is the School District and City Joint Task Force. We are very excited to share that Moreno Valley Unified and the City of Moreno Valley have completed negotiations for the joint use agreements, and the pool agreement is now set. The residents will be able to have a summer swimming program at Valley View High School, and we are now in talks for other facility joint use agreements. The city manager's office gave an update as well, letting us know that the after-school program through the California Department of Education, known locally as ACES, funding has now been separated from the city and sent over to the school district. Because this program was a net zero, there will be no loss of funding directly to the city. All staff that were previously in this program will be reassigned within the city, so there will be no job loss either. The police department gave a debrief on the California Air Show. Big kudos towards traffic safety crew that worked the air show. And they also shared upcoming events for the police department, including the Public Safety Expo on May 17th here at Calle San Juan de los Lagos, and the Cops and Clergy event on May 24th. Our transportation engineering department gave an update that we now have crossing guards at all 23 Moreno Valley schools, as well as additional crossing guards at close intersections. $11 million has also been allocated for the new upcoming road improvement project. Parks and Community Service is excited to share their upcoming events, including this weekend's Adult Flashlight Egg Scramble on Saturday, April 19th at LaSalle Sports Park, Earth Day here at the Amphitheater on Saturday, April 26th, and again the Public Safety Expo on May 24th. Moreno Valley Unified gave an update letting us know that their elementary school, Northridge, has been recognized as a California Distinguished School, and that they are hosting multiple student summits in the school district. Our state park, Lake Paris, has informed us that they will be closing the Ramona entrance for upgrades, and that will start on April 25th and run through February 2026. In addition, some traffic impacts for the weekend of April 25th, the same weekend they're closing the Ramona entrance, will be due to a concert on the base, a 2-day concert, so we expect more traffic in that area as well. And finally, the Board of Supervisors representative shared with us some youth programs, which you heard during her public comment, so I won't repeat those. Our next meeting will be June 17th. This completes my reports. Thank you.
Thank you, and that'll conclude the Regional Commission and Committee reports for this evening. Next up, item M, Employee Association reports. We do not have one this evening. We'll go ahead and move to item N, the City Manager's report.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. Just wanted to give a big shout out to all of the individuals that were behind the scenes in the air show. Diana Rocket, OEM Division Manager, coordinated the city resources, which included Public Works, Community Development, PD, Fire, and also are coordinating our regional partners with the base as well. So job well done as the flow of traffic inbound and outbound was wonderful. No issues that were identified this particular weekend. The air show was a great regional draw. We'll be taking a look at seeing if there's some metrics that I might be able to report back to you related to increase transient occupancy tax and sales tax within these given timeframes as well. One, I won't mention the adult flashlight egg hunt MPT just mentioned. There was 1 or 2 speakers tonight about bike lane issues. Staff is aware. We have been contacted via email by concerned residents and citizens. We are looking at that issue. We do have a bicycle master plan that we're also looking at and how that then plays with potential changes, but really an educational and an awareness and a compliance type of campaign might be needed. But staff is working on that from a public safety perspective, and we'll be able to bring information back to you soon. And then I just want to thank not only the union, the associations, but all of our staff for a great labor negotiation period that culminated tonight, and your support and trust in the city negotiators in really providing a great package for our greatest asset, which is our team members and our staff members. So that will conclude my comments tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, City Council closing comments, and we'll go to District 4, Councilmember Bernard.
Thank you, Mayor. I first want to say, Jeremy's team, as always, thank you guys for the egg hunt that we had on Saturday. I took my my youngest, who had a strategy of, someone mentioned golden eggs, so he thought there was literally a golden egg, so that was one. And the other part of his strategy was, my favorite color is blue, so I will only pick up blue eggs while passing all the other eggs. But thank you. It was a lot of fun. It was great to see that there were multiple fields that were being used, and so staff was able to spread things out and reset up at a really good pace. So thank you again for that. I won't mention the adult egg hunt because that's this weekend. I will say there's still tickets available. Typically it does sell out, and so we're on our way there. Tickets are $15, so I will say that much. And like always, I really don't have much else to say about the state of this administration and the things that they continue to do with defying court orders, because they don't have to pay attention to court orders, or the fact that you can snatch someone off the street and make them disappear without due process, or the fact that the person who believes that our Social Security system is a Ponzi scheme is actually in there dealing in his own contracts and not having to deal with the ethical issues of that at all. And he'll be put out of the government soon, because there can only be 2 kings in America currently, and Donald Trump is not sharing that. Or the fact that I have a Department of Education secretary that gave a speech that proves that when you do a group project, you should probably pay attention, because she kept mentioning A1 for kindergartners and preschoolers. I wanted to know what my kids needed to have steak sauce, only to find out what she really meant was AI. So I will just close with, at some point, I wish the insanity would end. And if this is what making America great looks like, good luck and God bless. And everyone have a very good Easter, because Easter is here. If you have Good Friday off, take Good Friday to take a deep breath and a breather to reset. And remember that we are going to have a nice, fun, relaxing weekend. I'm going to be hanging out with Jeremy, and I will be texting Sean at some point, because we are big wrestling fans and it is WrestleMania weekend. So probably don't bother us at all, because we will have lots of things to talk about. And with that, I close and good night.
Next up, Councilmember Delgado.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I attended the air show, and I want to give kudos to fire, police, and Diana for an amazing transition from 2 years ago. What an amazing job. Great air show put on by the U.S. military and all the civilians that participated. But for us in the city, great job, you guys. I'm going to change things up a little bit and talk about the new world around us, as we just heard a little bit of. Change is the only consistent thing we can count on. As we go through a time unlike never before, how would you like to see me react? Should I just go with the flow and ignore what's going on, or get angry and be consumed by what is not in my control? I am making adjustments on the fly, as we did with the pandemic and the recent wildfires in Los Angeles. I have a couple of examples I will discuss in a minute. There are still a lot of unknowns and thoughts on how things may shake out nationally, but I want to be a leader locally for this city and pay attention to the new world around me and make sound decisions for the betterment of the residents of Moreno Valley. I want to be a calming agent. I believe our residents look to us for guidance and a sense of leadership during trying and unknown times. I have to look at what I can control locally and adjust to the changes as we go, because it seems like changes are daily. Our city staff are fully aware of what is going on and have assured us they too will adjust, both budget-wise and investment-wise. They assured us that they will focus on the city business as we focus on policy. The police will continue to police and keep us safe. Firefighters will continue to respond to medical and fire emergencies for our residents. Public Works will continue to ensure that we have clean parks, great streets, and everything they do to keep us moving. Our economic development staff will continue to bring great businesses to the city of Moreno Valley, and all of the city staff will continue to do what they do to make Moreno Valley a great place to live, work, and play. During early stages of the pandemic, we all thought everyone was going to die if we came in contact with another human being. We actually were even told that we could get it through animals, so everyone, including my family, was super scared of what was to come. My wife is a nurse, and she saw the effects firsthand, so that did not help her psyche or the reality that it was real. Well, I managed a jail system of about 1,300 staff and 3,500 inmates that were for sure all going to die. They did not, by the way. My point to this is, although things around the world were very scary, I had to be the calming agent at my job and in my home. If my staff or children saw me panic, they would surely feel the world was coming to an end. Well, we took every precaution that we knew to take in the house and at work, and made sure they practiced social distancing and everything we could to minimize exposure. But I made our home as normal as I could by telling them that we would all be fine and learn all we could, but kept telling them we would be okay. They did not see me panic or show fear. I was their calming agent. Not to compare pandemics with natural disasters, but during the LA wildfires, we lost power in the house, and I came home, and they were all in a panic and kind of lost on what to do. Not only that, we lived by the hills, so since they were seeing what was occurring in Los Angeles, they asked if we were in danger. Lori and I had to assure them that we were going to be fine. We told them to get the flashlights out of their cars, grab some candles, and I would fire up the barbecue so we could have a normal dinner, albeit under candlelight, but again, I did not panic and brought calm to the house. I was the calming agent once again. Similar to what I did during the pandemic and wildfires, I will try to lead with confidence that things will be okay in the city of Moreno Valley and here locally. And we will be strong, if not stronger than ever before. I cannot change things nationally, but I can assure you I will lead and make decisions here in Moreno Valley for the betterment of you, the residents and staff. So please know that all will be okay as change continues, and there will be many more unknowns we will work through. Be the calming agent in your home and your workplace, and lead your families with confidence that things will be okay. So I will close with this. Please be kind to one another. I have 1 minute left. I also attended the Jamil Dada Family Infusion Center, thank you, with several of our colleagues. The mayor got up there and spoke and on behalf of Moreno Valley, and it was amazing to see the outpouring of love that was towards him and his family. So again, I'll see you in a few weeks. Please be kind to one another, and happy Easter, and remember what Easter is really about. Thank you.
Next up, District 3, Councilmember Gonzalez.
Okay. Hi, everyone, again. Just want to mention a few things. I also attended the air show first time. I lived, been living in the region for, let's see, 15 plus another 15, almost 30 years out here, 29, 30 years. Never gone to the air show. It's amazing to see the technical attributes of the pilots, of the planes. The F-35 was just amazing. I was like, it was just amazing plane. And the loud and that, that internal combustion of jet fuel, and it just gets you going. And being that we have, our service members, protecting our country, and that we have that old, I'm going to say something from my youth and growing up and education, or the arsenal of democracy, right, during World War II. So it's just amazing being there right up front versus I've heard them, I've seen it from my house, you could see them, and I'm sure as you move more westerly in Moreno Valley, you could see it a lot better. But it was a great opportunity, and again, thank you for the staff and for the treatment, the invitation, and it was great. The family enjoyed it, even though sometimes to get my children to do things, it's tough, but but they were there. They were there, and I saw Brian change color over. So as I saw him out there. So that was on Sunday, right? So Sunday. And then Saturday, I started off the day with Springtastic. A family showed up as well. They just stayed for a little bit. I'm going to let you know why. We saw happy residents, right? Happy city, happy residents. Everyone enjoyed the egg hunt, and just the vendors and all the activities for the children. And again, thank you for staff, for Jeremy and everyone that put the event together. Always a pleasure. Right after that, I left and I went to a non-city event. I went to Walking for Immigrant Justice. Something we cannot forget. It's still on constant in our minds that immigrants, we're a country of immigrants, and we need to continue walking with them and also making sure that it was an interfaith with different denominations. And we walked from the Cesar Chavez Martin Luther King monument to the local Catholic church there, St. Francis. So great event, great turnout, and it's important to keep that momentum going and making sure that the community doesn't feel like it's left behind. So, and let's see, that was that. And I want to end with this, especially I-4, because if you noticed, I didn't speak on that. I was just quiet while everyone's kind of talking, giving their opinions on the past, on the present, and of where we're going to go. So I've been a student of Moreno Valley politics since I moved out here. And it's always been 3-2, 2-3, with sometimes some swing votes. And when I recently got on board in December, the that it was already established where you make a motion, someone seconds it, and then it goes through this iteration of putting it on agendas. And I understand for staff, it's burdensome. It is, because in my day job, I'm a staff person. So it's not the most efficient way to do things, but it respects the opinion of the minority. It really does. Even though it's burdensome, it respects the opinion of the minority. And I only got a taste of it for a little bit because today, and I will admit, shame on me, I didn't see it until members of the public brought it up. I was focused on other items on the agenda, not on that one. So shame on me on that, but it won't happen again. And what I want to say is this: people matter, elections matter. We all have preferences. We all have ideologies. I don't care what you tell me. We do. But we just need to make sure that, I-4, I want to see it. Let's see what happens. Let's see if history doesn't repeat itself, that it does become 3 2s, 2 3s from time till, this cycle of my peers here runs its course. But I really hope that we make sure that there's no unintended consequences that what we just approved today on I-4. So with that, I want to end. And yes, let's have a happy Easter and make sure we spend time with our families. And with that, good night.
Thank you. Next up, Mayor Pro Tem Baca Santa Cruz.
Thank you so much. I just want to share a couple events that I also attended. First was the Justice Symposium put on by Supervisor Gutierrez here in our conference center that provided youth the ability to hear firsthand from mentors who had maybe gone through similar situations and had been just as impacted. There was workshops on expungement. Probation came and shared a lot about what they do with the youth. So it was very interesting and informative for those that attended as well. So I really thank Supervisor Gutierrez for extending the invitation to come and join him for that symposium. This past weekend, I also attended the Springtastic with my grandson. He is his 5th year, so he's got it down packed. He doesn't just pick one egg like he did a couple years ago. He's going for all the eggs, so hard to keep up with him, but I got to see a lot of residents. There's so many kids out there, so I'm just so proud that we continue to do this each and every year. I also attended the air show. It was my 2nd year, but I don't remember it being as loud as it was this time. It was quite loud. There was thousands of residents out there. I got to even meet some staff who were coming on board I hadn't met here at City Hall yet, out there amongst the people, co-workers, neighbors. There was just so many people out there that it was nice to run into them standing in line for snow cones. And then I also joined the council for the dedication of the new Dada Family Infusion Center at the Riverside University Health Systems. So that was very nice to be invited to that and to be able to see the great philanthropy that the Dada family is bestowing on us, the residents of Moreno Valley and the region. So I also just went to the Environmental Historical Preservation Commission, but they were here, so the last update is the flag contest that will be starting now that it's approved. And, oh, my time's up. That will conclude my comments. So thank you very much. Happy Easter, and see you in May.
And for my closing comments, a few different things here, just to kind of follow up on Councilmember Gonzalez's final comments there in his closing comments. Also, really just hope that we don't fall back into some of the political turmoil that has plagued our city for so many years. So I just really hope that we don't end up in that kind of place again, because nothing good happens when we're in that type of political environment here. I thought we were past that. And so, now is time to prove that we're not going to move back to that. And I know Councilmember Bernard is not here. Hopefully you're gonna watch this at home and just hear what I have to say. And you know, I do have faith. I put a lot of trust not only in my colleagues on the council, but also in staff. So one of the things for agenda reviews, I'm going to be asking to see staff reports because that's something that we do not see. So the language that is in these staff reports, we don't have access to them. All we see is the title of the items. So I put a lot of trust into staff, and when things blindside me, you know, I don't really like to see that, you know, because I try my best to build trust with staff as well. So something like that is, you know, kind of hurts a little bit, you know. But it is what it is. Majority decided to do what they decided to do. So we'll move on and we'll prove to the people that we could still work together efficiently. And also it's, you know, I don't do this for the money because we don't get paid much at all. Most of us, unless you're retired, have to have another job. You know, this is a part-time job. So it's not about coming here and just collecting a paycheck, right? It's about pushing boundaries, really thinking outside the box, doing new innovative things for the city of Moreno Valley. It's not just about coming here and keeping the mayor's seat warm. We're here to work. We're here to get things done, to make things happen for the city of Moreno Valley and for all of our residents. That's what they want. They don't want the city to just cruise along and status quo. They want to see things change. They want to see things different. So I just wanted to mention a few things on that. SoCal Air Show, had a chance to go. My son had a blast. Thank you, City Manager, for mentioning. I did ask the City Manager a few days ago if he could get us data on tax revenue. I said, hey, look, I think it would be good for us to see what is the difference in the increase in tax revenue that is generated within the city of Moreno Valley the Friday, Saturday, and Sunday of the SoCal Air Show. And hopefully when it comes back 2 years from now, the city can take steps or implement measures so that our local businesses, our residents can further benefit from the SoCal Air Show, which is a huge deal. Everybody had a blast. I got a little bit of a tan too. So a little bit of a sneak peek for that summer heat, which is gonna be here pretty soon. Also, Homeless Ad Hoc Committee is tomorrow. Adult Flashlight Egg Scramble, which has been mentioned already, is coming up pretty soon. That's always a hit, so I hope to see you there. MVU, we approved a few items on the consent calendar regarding MVU, so look forward to seeing the city move into you know, new areas of economic development that hopefully will diversify our local economy here at the city level and further strengthen it. Some examples could include moving into energy production, energy storage, which is something I've been talking about for years. So hopefully that will come to fruition before I leave this dais. Also, League Leaders Conference is coming up next week. And just as a refresher, I am on the board of directors for the League of Cities. I'm also the vice president, incoming president for the Latino Caucus for the League of Cities. So wearing a few hats in addition to the mayor hat. I'll be up there in Sacramento next week for several days advocating for the city of Moreno Valley, meeting with legislators, senators, assembly members, governor's office, deputy insurance commissioner to talk about insurance issues like wildfire related topics. So I'm going to be real busy next week. I have to leave my family, but I do it all because I'm trying to help out the residents, trying to help you out, you know, to make your lives better. Also, playground upgrades. Thank you, Parks Department. The pirate-themed playground that has been completed over at Celebration Park. My son loves it. It looks amazing. And also the treehouse-themed playground over next to the Towngate Community Center in District 1. Please go check it out. Anybody that's watching, if you have children especially, please go let them have fun on those brand new playgrounds. And also the restrooms at Community Park are going to be refurbished and remodeled. Construction should start around the summer. Long overdue. A lot of residents have asked for that for a long time. So it's finally coming. Later this year, that will finally be done. Bicycle pump track is coming along very quickly, so looking forward to seeing that open. Also, Loma Linda Medical Clinic and RadNet, the building is well underway over on Eucalyptus and Day Street, just kind of behind the hotel there. So really looking forward to seeing that here in the city of Moreno Valley. And also, you may have seen some of the pavement maintenance work that's being done on the 215 freeway. I mentioned it before, but you're starting to actually see some of that new layer of asphalt and pavement being put down little by little. So just, keep an eye out for any of these traffic alerts so that you can plan your commutes accordingly, because there might be some impacts to your daily commutes, especially if you drive out of the city to work and all of that. But in the end, it'll be worth it. And that construction will continue from what they're doing now on the 215 kind of along the city of Paris. And it will keep going throughout this year and into next year, all the way up to even the city of Riverside. So I think it's over $50 million worth of work that's going into that pavement maintenance, and it'll be all well worth it in the end. And so with that, I just, we'll close also optimistically. I don't, there's so much I could talk about, but I'd rather end on an optimistic note that I'm not one to kind of just be passive. I will speak up. I try not to mince my words. I try not to beat around the bush. I will be straightforward and straight up, and, speak up whenever I believe that something is being done wrong. I think that that's all of our duty, to cause good trouble every now and then, and speak up for those who can't speak for themselves. So with that, I will, conclude my comments. Always a pleasure to be here in the chamber with staff. Thank you for joining us this evening, and have a happy Easter. We'll officially adjourn at 9:29 p.m.